Welcome to our LCSW Bootcamp. Today is 11/20. It is 9:20 EST. I'm Dr. Pam Turner, and this is our Bootcamp LCSW's Academic Coaching for World Changers. So I was saying earlier, there's not a lot of really exact steps that you have to know because, again, most of them are going to be first and next questions, and we're going to assess. We'll talk about that. Okay. However, let me share my screen. And in most of your study guides, it does not look this way. When I share my screen, if you can't see it, probably go out and come back in or give it just a few minutes. My internet usually is just a little bit faster than most people's. Okay, so this is one of the ones people miss a lot, okay? Because it'll say the client is in crisis and you don't know what to do next. And normally I would say assess, but these rules don't say that. Okay, so it'll say a client is in a crisis. You're called to a crisis setting. First thing you're going to do is make sure you and everybody else is safe. Okay, it says plan and conduct crisis, right? A biopsychological assessment. I am not standing there with a clipboard going, okay. This isn't a crisis. We're in a mall shooting or school shooting, right? Something big is going on. So the first thing we want to do is make sure we're all safe, physically safe. Second thing, establish rapport very quickly because these people don't know you, you don't know them, and there might be a shooter still out there. So I'm going to say, hi, I'm Dr. Pam. I'm part of the crisis team. I'm going to get you through this. We're going to survive. All that positive stuff, right? Even though you're afraid and you're scared, you're not going to tell them that part because you're on the crisis team. The third thing I'm going to do is gather information. I want to know information. The last straw. What did the shooter say? What did you did you hear something? Get all that information while I can. Stage 4 is when I ask them how they're doing. Okay, I don't discuss any emotions until stage 4. Safety first. That's what I've done. I've assessed. Okay, and then I've gotten information. Now I'm going to ask your feelings. I need to do all those things first before I let you fall apart. Okay, because when you ask me, Pam, how you feeling? You're in the mall shooting and you saw people die beside you. I'm going to be bawling. I'm a hot mess. Don't ask me questions then. So that's the goal, is to get all the information you can before we get to the feelings part. This was written for everybody, the psychologists, the police, the LMFTs, anybody that would be on a crisis team. This is the crisis intervention plan, and everybody's supposed to follow it. Okay, so it's across the board that everybody would follow these steps. So after I let them explore their feelings, then I'm going to look at any untapped resources, use that strengths approach. You've got this, you've gone through tough things before. We'll be okay. So I'm really going to do that. Then develop and formulate an action plan. Most often the action plan is already done. Okay, so it's going to meet at the church, or what your kids are all be at the the local store. There's a plan already in place in most crises, right? Or when you get there, here's the plan. So when it says formulate and develop a plan, again, I'm just going to say, so you know what? When this is over, your kids are going to be over there, or we're all going to meet at outside the mall, whatever it is. And then there's going to be a follow-up. My follow-up is not to see them. My follow-up is to make sure that they got in contact with the resources that this program, agency, school is using. I'll see them 20 minutes about and no more ever again. Okay, so that's why you don't want another history. You could care less. There's shooting, there's gunshots going over your head. Okay, it's about safety. So this is the crisis intervention plan. So and you'll see that, you're in a crisis. You have already established rapport. What do you do? And it might say first or next. Okay, so, and this is what the model we're going to follow. But there are not a lot of other models that are that strict, and we'll talk about those as we go along. Okay. Any questions on that, guys? I'll try to close out some of my 1,000 emails in my...
Yes.
So if it says, sorry, go ahead.
So when it says in the crisis model following, it makes any difference when it says first or next, or is the same thing in the following the correct or
So,
not?
I always think everything is a first. Okay, and I will go over that when we go over that when I teach you the model. But everything is a first. Okay, so let's kind of rule out. Let me just show you how I teach it, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, this is the helping process. This is what any of those vignettes are based on. If you're using any of the acronyms, this is what it's based on. You are taught this in your methods class. You should have had it in graduate school. Okay, so your teacher should have given you. I remember when I took mine 1,000 years ago, I had no idea what she was talking about. I made an A in the class, but I didn't know what it meant. Okay, so this is what we do. So assess, 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 assess. Assess. Okay, if it's a community question, if it's anytime a school question, anytime I can gather more information, that's what we get paid to do. We get paid to be nosy. So you're always going to hear me say assess before intervene. Okay. So if there's anything in the question that I can ask more of before I make an intervention, I'm going to assess, assess, assess. Then, so if I can't assess, I go backwards. So if I can't assess because they're full of feelings, they're crying, they're angry, they're upset, I'm looking for an answer that addresses their feelings. Okay. I can't assess if she's boohooing in my office, right? I've got to address the feelings first. And then safety trumps everything. Everything. My safety, your safety. If we're doing a community question and the building's on fire, right? The same thing. Safety first. So when they're looking in the vignettes, this is that they're looking for, do you know these steps? Yes, you have to know content, but this is what we learned in school. This is what our career is supposed to be based on. Okay, so safety, safety, safety. Always, if the question is full of feelings, address the feelings. Now, sometimes that's also called rapport building, but not every question says you need to build rapport. So you're only going to look for those questions that talk about feelings. The answers have to be in feelings. Okay, acknowledge their feelings. After acknowledging their feelings, then what? Then you can assess. So feelings, so safety, feelings, assess, 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 assess. Remember, you're going to plan with the client, never for the client. Okay, and then when it comes to the last one is termination. Termination always starts at the beginning. So those hospital questions, discharge planning starts at day one. In your office, discharge planning starts at day one. They've got 12 weeks, right? So the minute I'm writing their treatment plan, I know that the insurance company will pay for 8 weeks, right? Or they're ordered for a 10-week session. So when I'm writing my treatment plan, which is that planning part, then both of us, the client and myself, are going to be really aware of the time. Because termination is not a one-time process. You guys know that. You do it in practice every day. You don't just show up and say, well, it's been fun 10 weeks. Bye. You don't do that. You know better. So these are all things that you do every day. We're just putting them on the test. So, okay. I will say, though, you can put this into your real world, but you can't put your real world into the test. Okay? So I don't want your real world to be here and the test to be here, because you assess every day. Every time a client comes in, you ask them questions. You do. You do it already. Okay, but in the question, I can't have you say, this is what we do in my office, because the book doesn't care what you do in your office. The test is written for everybody. Everybody gets the same test no matter what state you live in, and they don't care how your office operates. So remember, we're reading from the text, only what we can prove in the text, and no thinking. I know. But I assumed, no, no, no. Where did it say it in the test? Where did you see it in the test? Okay. Now that works for the vignettes. Of course, the recall is just material that you have to know. But for the vignettes, that's how we answer them. That is the goal of what we're supposed to do. Okay. Any questions on that? I'll pull up a couple of questions. We're going to kind of show and go through that process, but questions on that? Oh, you're all good and you got it down? Okay, and we know the same kind of questions float everywhere. So if you've seen my questions, please don't answer them. Or if you answer them, I'm still going to ask you why. Okay, 1 second. Let me find that sheet. While I look for that, what method were you using before? Someone just want to share how what their process was before?
I tried to use the acronyms before.
Okay, so did you write them down on the paper?
Yes, I wrote
Okay.
them down.
Okay.
But you get kind of mixed up when you start doing them.
Okay.
I tried to use the Eat Pie Today.
Okay.
I tried to use the method that Phil Latrell he uses. So
Mhm.
some of them it works, but some of them not. And I did that Edith Shapiro boot camp. So you know where you do the PPL. So I tried to use that, but I think I was trying to use too many,
Okay, you got to pick with one and stick with one. And the reason I don't do it is just because it's too hard for me to remember the content as well as the steps. I can't do that. I don't have enough room in my brain. Okay, that's why I say assess, assess, assess. Feelings, safety, plan with the client, and then termination. Those are all things you do every single day. Okay, okie dokie. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so you can put your answers in the chat box for me, and then I'm going to ask somebody probably how they got there. So be ready. See my screen? Yes? Okay. A social worker meets with a new client who is going through a difficult divorce. The client is tearful, expresses feelings that life will never be the same, and describes changes in eating and sleeping habits. The social worker plans to administer a depression inventory before, during, and after treatment. What is the social worker's primary reason for the repeated administering the inventory? Before I do anything at all, I'm going to make sure I understand that question. Because sometimes we just keep reading and we're like, what did that question say? Okay, I need to understand what it's asking me. So in this particular situation, she's got a new client, right? He's got some signs of depression, right? Tearful, expresses feelings that life will never be the same, change in habits. Those are all signs of major depression, right? So that's okay. So that's what the premise I'm going on. Now she's going to administer a depression inventory. Who does a depression inventory? Anybody know? Beck. That's the BDI, Beck's depression inventory. So Beck is the BAI, right? But he's the father of CBT. Whenever we have a mood disorder, CBT and medication is always the right answer, right? That's based on research. Whenever it's a mood disorder, CBT and medication. So I know this is the Beck's inventory. I know that because I've studied and I know what Beck said, right? Okay. So now I know it's the Beck's inventory. Now the question is, why am I doing it repeatedly? Like, why would I keep doing this inventory? Okay. So I'm going to start out with ruling 2 out first. To assess the need for referral to a psychiatrist, to document the effectiveness of treatment, to justify the client's length of time in treatment, and B, to engage the impact of the divorce on the client. Okay, so then I'm looking at the Bex is looking at how my treatment is working, right? So I come in and he tells me that we take that baseline of how he's doing, and then that's the inventory, and then I'm going to do some intervention, right? I'm going to give him some CBT techniques, go home and do some affirmations, write down your thoughts. You're trying to change that thinking process, right? Because we're using CBT because it's depression. So then, I don't think it has anything to do with the impact of the divorce, right? He's going through a difficult divorce, but his questions are not about that. It says that in the first line, but the problem is his depression, not the divorce. The divorce may have caused it, right? But what he's presenting with is depression. That's what I've got to work on. So I'm taking D out. Okay, so it can't be D. Okay, so then let's go back through. I always try to take 2 out, and I don't care if you've seen this question 4,000 times. Follow the same process every single time. Even if you think you know it's the answer, follow the process, okay? Because that's going to make sure that we didn't skip a question. Okay, to assess the need for referral to a psychiatrist. So again, I'm measuring his depression. I really am, but I don't think that's the primary reason that I'm giving it a 3 times or more than once. Okay, so A and D are out. Now I'm down to B or C. When I'm down to B or C, I have to compare the two to each other, to document the effectiveness of treatment, or to justify the client's length of time in treatment. Okay, so I'm going to measure those two and go back to the question. The question doesn't say anything about a length of time. That's not mentioned anywhere in the question. So that can't be my answer. So my answer is going to be B, because I want to know if his depression is getting better. Are my interventions working? So my answer is B. Anyone disagree with that or got to a different answer and want to talk about it? Y'all got there? Keep your cameras on, because I'm not, oh, I can tell if you don't. Is your name Bilisk? Pronounce it for me.
Sorry, Bilquis.
Bilquis.
Yes.
Bilquis. Bilquis. Where'd your mom and dad get that?
Sorry.
Where did your mom and dad get that name?
Oh, well, I'm from Afghanistan,
Okay.
and my mom got that from the Princess of Afghanistan.
Ah, okay. Cool. Thank you. Okay, you had a confused look on your face.
Yes, I do. The reason I just kind of understanding the question a little bit. That's why it just take a little bit time to process it.
Okay.
Yes, because I want to make sure why it's B. I know the 2 key thing there is, like, as you mentioned, depression, but also eating and sleeping habit, which is sign of depression. But it's just understanding the last part. What is the social worker primary reason for repeatedly administrating the inventory? So I'm trying to process that.
Okay, so the Beck's depression scale, let me show you. And again, so this would come from reading. You would know this, especially if you're using the APGAR book, which I think is best in content. I always tell you that. So his inventory is how you're feeling.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's the Beck's depression, and he has a Beck's anxiety inventory as well. Okay, and by the way, he died like 3 weeks ago. I thought he was already dead. He was 100 and died.
Oh.
I know, but anyway, so I'm giving the first time. You come in the first time, I'm going to ask you your score. Okay, so 3. I'm so sad and happy that I can't stand it. I feel like I'm a complete failure as a person. All of those things, and if I get a really, really high score on this Beck scale, I am concerned. Okay, so if I get like a 40, he's extremely depressed. Okay. Then I'm going to go back, and now I've taken my baseline. I know where he's at. Then we're going to go back, and I'm going to give him a session, right? We're going to do some affirmations. Go home, do these affirmations, change your thinking patterns, right? CBT says thinking. Okay. Beck would always say, prove it. So prove it. It's called Socratic thinking, and you might see that term on the test. Socratic thinking means I'm going to keep asking questions. Keep asking questions. Because Beck said the problem was your thoughts, right? So then, after I give him an intervention, he's going to come back in, let's say 3 weeks later, and I'm going to have him take the scale again. Okay, if he still scores over a 40, what I'm doing isn't working.
Okay.
Okay, so then, I'm going to give him a couple more interventions, right? I'm going to tell him to, let's just go ahead and maybe refer him to the doctor, right? Let's go ahead and get him on some medication. I come back again, okay, and I'm hoping his score is going down.
Yeah.
So this is my proof, this is my measurement piece of whether or not the interventions are working.
Okay.
Okay, so a lot of people get confused on this one because what they want to know in the question is, what is this instrument for? Not any of this up here. They really want to know what is the primary reason for repeating the inventory.
Okay.
Okay, so the only one that's the main reason, right, is because I'm trying to see if my treatment's working.
Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, I will tell you, this is the same thing as a single subject design. You do this all the time. That's that research term. Oh my God, no, please don't say it. There are no numbers in here, but some letters. So my single subject design is exactly that. So a client comes in, I'm going to take a baseline, right? So I'm taking a baseline, same thing you do in therapy. Every time a client comes in, you ask them how they're doing, right? You give them some sort of assessment piece. That's what you do. You take a baseline, okay? Then you're going to use your intervention, right? Whatever you decide to do, we're going to use Gestalt therapy, right? And tell them to get rid of the past, let go of the here and now, and face on the future. Gestalt, that's what I'm using, right? And then he comes back, and I want to see how he's doing. I get my intervention. How are you doing? Well, look, doing the intervention, it goes up great. So the AB is a single subject design. Okay, so intervention, baseline. I'm sorry, baseline, intervention. AB, single subject. Okay, now you can repeat it. So you can do an AB. Okay, so that's again baseline and intervention, baseline, intervention. Okay, so that's an AB design. Now, single subject design, we see it always on the test. We freak out. Oh my God, what is that? You do it every day, every single day. Okay, so back to my question. So that's how I got there on my question. And guys that come in later, I really like if you keep your cameras open. If you do, I know when you don't understand. I can tell whether you say something or not, and a lot of people are a little afraid to say something because you don't want to feel stupid. I know. I've been a student, okay. So, but if you keep your cameras open, I can help you. I promise, okay. Okay. So C, somebody said, I thought it was C because of the intensity of the depression. Okay. How do you know the intensity of the depression? Where does it say that? I know it's depression, right? Because I can read and I can diagnose. But I wouldn't use the client's time of length. That's not why I use the treatment. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay. 15. A doctor is required to obtain written permission to perform an autopsy on a deceased patient. The doctor asks the social worker to obtain the family's consent. The family refuses and is upset about the request. What should the social worker do next? Okay, Carrie, I'm going to pick on you. Okay, unmute yourself.
My thought, give me just a second.
No, take your time. Take your time. Okay. So first of all, again, follow my steps. What I want to make sure that you have done is know what the question is asking me. Okay.
You want me to eliminate or just give what I think my answer?
I want you to eliminate first.
Okay. I definitely wouldn't ask. I would definitely eliminate A.
Okay. A is out.
B and D are close to eliminating because I really think C is the right answer.
Okie dokie. And what in the question lets me know that C is the right answer?
The family is upset and they don't.
Their family's upset. Whenever it's full of feelings, I always have to acknowledge their feelings. Okay. That's why. That's why. Okay. How many people picked B or thought B? Nobody? Nobody's going to admit it. A lot of people pick B because I'm thinking, is there something, why don't they want a top seat? And maybe it's a cultural thing. Unless the question says it's a cultural thing, it's not. Okay? If it says they are of Asian descent, then my answer needs to acknowledge the fact that I know something about the Asian population. Okay? So unless the question tells me culture, then there's no reason for me to ask that in the question. It is a reading test. Okay? But I assumed, can't do that. Can't do that. It is a reading test. Good job, Carrie. Thank you very, very much.
So can I ask something?
Please.
Well, because I mean, my mind was C as what everybody else's was, but
Okay.
when I first listened to you read through it, and I thought, oh, okay, it's a next question. So that's telling me I should look for more information. And that's
What do
why
I say? What do I say? A first question and next question are the same thing.
right.
Anytime I can assess, I'm going to. Okay, so next, okay, again, I say first. I know this information. I know they're upset. What am I going to do first? Okay, so I read those the exact same way, first or next. The most, if I can assess, I'm going to. The best are the difficult ones because two of them are really, really close. Okay, but again, the answer's in the stem. I'm going back to the question, how do I know? What words prove it that I know that's the right answer? That's what I'm always going to ask you. How do you know? Okay, and it's a content one. I can't help you because you got no content. But when it comes to how to answer the questions, this is the plan. And that's what most people struggle with. So if I could get you to understand that it's a reading test, reading test, reading test. Okay? Let's see here. Heather, you going to be brave for me?
Sure.
Thank
You want me to read the question?
I'm going to read it first, and then you can decide what to do next. Okay? A client is housed temporarily in a domestic violence shelter with her children. She is planning to return home where the perpetrator still lives. What should the social worker do first? Okay? So I always make sure I know what the question is asking me. Okay? So again, she's in a domestic violence shelter. She's got her kid, and she's going to go back home with the perpetrator. Okay, so what am I going to do first? So it's on you, Heather, tell me.
So I would choose C,
Okay.
just on eliminating B, encourage the client to end the abusive relationship. We don't really offer that type of advice.
Okay.
Accept the client's decision to return home would definitely be something you do because of self-determination, but probably not before you're giving education about how the children would be affected.
Okay. And what in the question proves that to me?
Because she's planning to move home with her children.
Bingo, that was the key. So because she's moving home with her children, my answer needs to make sure that I've addressed the children. Okay, because that's what they're asking me. When they mention with children, that has to come into my answer someplace. It's a reading test. So I would have gone through, and if I had no idea, I would have taken out the ones that had anything that didn't talk about the child. So I'm not going to say that I wouldn't do A, but I just wouldn't do it first. Okay. So B, again, that's not the question. The question is, she says she's planning to return home with her children. So my response has to be an answer to that. Okay, so now I'm really down to like then C or D, right? Those are the only two that talk about children. Am I going to call a CPS? Is it illegal? Is it illegal for her to live in a domestic violence shelter? I mean, a home with her? Is it a problem if she lives in a home where she is being abused? Is that a problem that I would remove the kids? And no defects workers in my class? No CPS people? If children hear or see it, then that's a different story, okay? So then that's definitely psychological damage to the children. But the question will tell me that. It will say, they heard this, they saw this. In this situation, there's not enough for me to do D. So that's what makes C the best answer. And first, why am I explaining that? It's the first question, right? Okay, so the first question is, I always talk about assessing, gathering more information. So again, I want to make sure she understands the effect. Okay, so I had to find children, and then I was down between C and D. And safety wasn't my first concern, not for the children. Everybody say I got there?
Can I ask a question? If it's
Please.
safety, it will say that there's an issue with safety in the
It will.
Okay.
Well, it might not use the word safety, but it's going to
Right.
say she's in fear for her life or she's afraid to go home, right? It's a reading test. If that's the one thing I can get you to understand, you will pass the test. It is a reading test. Go back to the question and tell me how I know that. That keeps me from assuming or keeps me from, what we do in my office. Okay, because I've got very narrow, right? Very narrow. I'm looking at, the person who graduated from college yesterday who's never worked, because this is what the textbook would say, but they're giving you the information in the STEM. Okay, number 20. Let's see here. Mary, you want this one?
Sure.
And isn't it like 7 o'clock a.m. for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for being up. So a 45-year-old man who is gay meets with a social worker because of a long history of depression. The client says, in most areas of my life, things are fine, but I have never had an emotional relationship that felt intimate. He also reports after being distanced from the gay community because he is not political, and after all, it's no different from being straight, except that I have sex with guys. What will the social worker do first? Okay, so again, I'm going back to the question. I'm trying to make sure I understand what the question wants me to know. And some of you have been taught just to read that last line. Okay, that's important, but that's not enough to get me through. I've got to know what the meat of this question is saying. What words up in here do I know? Because that right there is not going to be enough. Okay. So then, what two are we going to rule out, Mary?
D, because it's not talking about anything with a group.
Okay.
C, because there's no talk of medication.
Okay. Now you're down to A or B.
So between, I would choose A to gather more information.
Based on what? What words in the question? How'd you get there?
Long history of depression, but he doesn't really speak to that.
But that was his presenting problem, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's what he came in for. He came in for history of depression. So that's where that came from, okay? This other stuff is fluff. Okay, that's just fluff. So you're doing an assessment on him, and he happens to mention, oh, by the way, I'm gay, blah, blah, blah. That's fluff in this question. So I'm not going to address that because the presenting problem was he came in because of his long history of depression. So what I'm going to do first has to do something with depression or just continuing my assessment. Got me? I see some confused looks. Talk to me.
I thought it was B.
Okay, because?
I'm just imagining myself in the situation at work, and I think I would want
What were you doing?
Yes, that is the problem, right?
Don't you dare.
I know.
Okay. So
So
really,
first conduct the assessment and then maybe explore afterward.
you got it. You got it. You got it.
I have a
Okay.
quick question too.
Because I'm going to assess, assess, assess. Remember that. Assess, assess. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. When I read this, a 45-year-old man meets with a social worker. I chose A, but another reason why I chose A too, because it says meets with a social worker. That just meant to me that that was the first time that we were meeting.
Okay.
You know, it was like early in the relationship.
Okay.
So
Okay.
is that an okay way to look at it when it says meets with a social worker? In my head, I was like, oh, we're meeting for the first time. Because I have first 2 times I took it.
I wouldn't assume that at all.
Okay. Okay.
It'll tell you if it's the first question. So
Okay.
I wouldn't assume that.
Okay, good.
Okay. I guess 'cause I'm not going to assume. I just have to read.
Mhm.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, I'll pick a different set here just for a minute, guys. Again, we're just learning how to answer the questions. Okay, and if you've seen my questions before, don't answer them. Or if you answer them, I'm still going to ask you why. Okay, everybody use LEAP? Hard. Hard is this test is so hard. It's harder than any test you'll ever take. Okay, so if you don't do well in this book, don't freak out. Do not freak out because it is hard. It's really, really hard. Okay, and I teach all day, every day. So I would tell you it's really, really hard. Okay.
I have a quick question about
Yes.
the last question.
Uh-huh.
I was just, I read somewhere that to pay attention to any quotes, you know, like what
Yes.
the client is saying. So then I got,
Yes.
I was gonna check the, to do the assessment, but then I picked the other one to explore something about the gay community because I got caught up on the quotes.
What number was that? Do you remember?
I think that was question number 20.
Thank you. Okay, yes. Okay. So when it says quotes, it is important. I'm always going to make sure that I address the fact. Okay. So he also reports being distanced from the gay community because he is not political. Okay. And after all, so yes, I'm going to pay attention to the quotes. They're always important. Okay. But that is not what the question's asking me. Okay. Most often when I see the quotations, it means that they're talking directly to me and I need to answer. Okay. So that's one of the rules, you know. Okay. So stay in the question, stay in the question. But yes, thank you about that. That is something that that's something we definitely always do. Okay. 14. A social worker in a mental health agency has received a referral to provide services for a client who is court ordered to receive social work treatment for criminal activity that has led to his probation. The client does not want to participate in the treatment process and has told the social worker he does not intend to keep his appointments. What should the social worker do? Is it Thamar?
The H is silent. It's Tamar.
Tamar. Ah, gotcha. Okay, this is on you, dog. You got this one?
Okay, I'll try.
Okay. This is a code of ethics question, if that helps.
Okay.
There are a lot of things in there.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So, from what I can gather, because this is court ordered, so being that it's court ordered, even though he doesn't want to participate, so I'm going to eliminate A,
okay.
Because it's court ordered. I'm leaning towards B.
Okay. I'm sorry. In what world have you made anybody do anything?
Well, it's court order, and he's
And
what do you? It says he has criminal activity.
and can I make anybody do anything?
Oh,
Husband and wife say they're going to be true in their wedding vows, but that don't always happen, does it? You cannot make an adult do anything. This is client self-determination. If he does not want to participate, that's his choice. Okay? So he has the right. He has the right to do whatever he chooses to do. So the code of ethics says what I'm going to do is I'm going to remind him of the services that I offer, right? This is what I do. I'm not part of the court. I'm just trying to help you. And then remind him if he doesn't follow through, then the next time I go to court, I'm going to have to tell the judge because he's going to ask me for a report, right? And I'm going to tell him this is what happened. So imagine what happened prior to this or how people get here, okay? So, you know, I was arrested for, I don't know, I was arrested for domestic violence, right? And the judge orders me, the judge gives me a choice. So he's like, okay, Pam, you know, you can go to jail for 6 months or you can go for treatment for 6 months. You choose. And I've chosen the treatment, right? I chose that. I know exactly what will happen because the judge has told me, the court order says. So then when I get to therapy, okay, I'm gonna, if I sit there all day long, and you're going to note it, right? Document it, and we go back to court the next court date. That's what you're going to say. So a couple of things are wrong with one. I cannot inform the probation officer unless there's a release sign. I am ordered by the court. The only person I answer to is the court, okay? Not the probation officer unless it says he has a release, okay? So B, again, I can't make no adult do anything, right? That's one of those things you can use from real life because unless you got a magic wand, we cannot make adults do anything. So B's out. Okay, so then D, encourage the client to try one session with her and decide decides what he likes to do. No, you're a grown up. If you don't want to do this, then when we go back to court, I will tell the judge. Okay, that's it. That's it. So C is my answer. Okay, code of ethics. And a lot of people do low in the code of ethics part because you don't always realize that it was a code of ethics question. Okay. Tamara, thank you very much for being brave. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Everybody see how I got there? Okay. And remember, so if a client doesn't show up, I'm not going to go screaming down the hall, Judge, come. We've got a court date. We'll go back to the court date. Okay. That's simple. We good? $19. A marriage and family treatment clinic is offering couples group therapy sessions to be conducted by a social worker. The focus of the group is to discuss the material of the couple with the hope that the couple will provide support and suggestions to one another. While the social worker is conducting the first session with the group, a member of the group expresses concern over the relatively low number of male participants in the group. The social worker's response should be, okay, so what I know in group, what is said in group stays in group, right? The only time I'm going to discuss anything outside of group is if I need to make a child or adult protective services referral. There's no reason that everybody in the group has to know, but I may say, hey, you know, after group, can you stay with me for a little bit? You know, today you mentioned that, you beat your grandma a couple times. I got to report that, right? So that's what that's the only time I talk to anybody outside of the group because the group is my client. So they're seen as one. Okay. Who wants this one? Go ahead, Jessica.
Okay, this is my thought process. So after reading all the answers,
rule out first, please.
Yeah, I'm gonna rule out to agree with the group member because that is only I'm only talking to one person. We're talking about a group here.
Okay.
So we'll cancel that one out.
Okay.
To allow the men to respond to the group, that's just talking to the men. That's not talking to the whole group. So I'm canceling that one out too.
So B and C are out?
Yep. So I'm left with
A and D, okay.
Mhm. To discuss the men's reluctance to seek help. It's just saying that they have a low number. It's not saying anything in the question stem that anyone's reluctant. So I'm going to choose D because that's talking to the entire group. And
You got it. You got it. You got it. She brings the question up in group, so we're going to discuss it in group.
Mhm.
Okay? And not just the men, not make some assumptions. We're going to make sure that we discuss it in the group setting. So when you're reading those questions, especially about group, you have to know the stages. This one doesn't say anything, but you have to know. And I teach forming, storming, norming, performing, adjourning. If you use the Boston model, it's pre-affiliation, transition, whatever that one is. And just because I don't teach that one, I'm sorry, but I can line them up. I can figure out what they mean in both sets of those. Okay, so if it's in the if it's in the forming session, they've just gotten there, we've just started, they're not going to speak to anybody but you. Okay, so they don't know anybody in this room. They're not about to say anything to anybody beside them. They're terrified. What if you think I'm stupid? What if you find out, all those things we're human that we all fear. As it goes along, the goal is to go from them having no cohesion, totally depending on me, to getting to the performing stage where they answer each other. Okay, so there's like a group of little mini social workers in there because now they've known each other. They know each other to say, hey, you're lying, Bob, or you said that last week. So I don't have to call anybody out at that point. They're going to do it with each other. I'm just going to sit back and facilitate. Okay, if you see a question about it's early in group and the group members are yelling or challenging the leader. That's the storming session. The storming, that's natural. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let it happen. I can't let anybody physically or verbally hurt anybody. That's never okay because safety is always an issue. But if they're challenging me, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing because eventually they'll go to the next stage. That what they're looking is, do you know the stages of group? So in the beginning, again, they're very, very tight. They're a very loose group. They're looking at me, and then as we get closer, then as we get to those performing stages, they're definitely then depending on each other. That is why you can have multiple transferences in group. Okay, because Carrie reminds me of my mother, and Bertha reminds me of my aunt, and Chrissy reminds me of my cousin. So I can have multiple transferences. That's the clients that have on each other, right? Not just toward me, because in group, there are all these other people that are now we're cohesive. So we're all kind of seen as the leaders. Good with that one? Okay, and those are ones that really you have to make sure that you know what stage it's in. Okay. 21, Code of Ethics again. A client in a family agency requests to see her records. A social worker should. Nina, you wanted this one?
Okay. I would rule out show the records if it will not harm the client.
That's my answer. That's my answer.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Oh.
Tell me why. Tell me what you were thinking. Let's go there first.
I thought you had to go legally, it had to go through the court to have, the court would have to say that you need to show your records.
Well, that's if I'm subpoenaed or court ordered.
Okay.
Right. But in a client, if you went to your doctor and asked them for your records, what would they do?
Right. Okay.
Just give them to you. They can charge you, right? But they just give them to you. So the Code of Ethics says a client has the right to the records. Let's clarify though, they're not the client's records, they're my records. Okay, so the client has a right to a copy of my records about him. Okay, sure, here you go. However, the second part says that if I think there's anything that he won't understand, Then I have to invite him in and explain it to him, help him understand it. And that doesn't always mean the language, that or the different language. That means I use like social worker ease. I put in countertransference, and I used the defense mechanism. He's exhibiting a sublimation, right? Things that people wouldn't understand. So I've got to make sure he understands that. And the third part says, if I think the client, if giving the client the notes, it would cause danger, I think it's a serious danger, serious harm to the client or anybody else, then I have the right to keep all or part of the notes. But I have to document the client's request and my reason why.
Okay.
Okay, straight code of ethics.
Okay.
Okay. So I can't tell you enough how much it is to read the code of ethics. The 2018 is the one that you're using. There's a 2021 out, but that's not, that won't be on the test. Okay. The 2021 version, if you haven't seen it yet, you can't download it yet. It talks about the importance of social workers taking care of themselves. I've always said that if the ASWB thought it was important, then it'd be on the test. So now it's written in the code of ethics. So I'm hoping in the near future that would be a test question, right? Because if it's important, if it's in the study guide, if it's everywhere else, then we need to make sure that we're addressing it. Good, good, good. Okie dokie. 22. It's on 2 pages there. I know. Anybody? Oh, any questions on 21? Guys, see how I got there?
Yes, Pan, one question. So in what instance I can, like every time that the judge requests records for my client, I have to give it to them, or in what instances I can advocate?
Okay, so let's talk through that process. People get confused about that a lot. Okay, so if I'm treating a married couple and they're going through divorce and the husband's lawyer subpoenas me for the records, okay, I'm going to ask my client, yeah, you want to give the records? I'm going to say heck to the no, because he's going to use it against you. So I'm going to recommend that she doesn't. Okay, but that's a subpoena from his attorney. That's like a birthday party invitation. Would you stop by and bring the records? I'm going to say, no, thank you. We're not coming. Okay, don't ignore it. We're going to RSVP, right? Respond. No, thanks. We're not coming. Now, if it's a subpoena or a court order from the court, from the judge, then I have to do something. If I just ignore it, he'll put my butt in jail. Okay, I'm not going to jail for a client. And when I go to jail, you'll know why. It won't be for a client. So the subpoena is your word, your mouth. Okay, the court order is the sheet of paper. Okay, so if it's a court order for me to show up, I never send my records. Never. I'm going to go to the judge and I'm going to say, Your Honor, this is a privileged communication. What the client told me, they had no idea that anybody else would ever ask. It was my privilege to keep the secret. So remember, confidentiality is the non-legal term, but when you're in the court, it's privilege. You're going to use that privilege term. So I'm going to claim privilege. I'm going to say, Your Honor, just drop this, blah, blah, blah. He's going to look at me and say, Pam, no way. Okay, so then I'm going to keep talking. But again, before I start spilling all of my stuff, I'm going to say, Your Honor, please just narrow the records, right? Don't look at like the 2 years I've been seeing this client. Just look at the last 3 weeks or the last 3 months. Just narrow the records. I don't want all of my clients' stuff to get out there. Okay. And the third thing I want to do is ask the judge to seal the records. And I say that to everybody, so you know, and to your clients. If you don't ask the judge to seal records, it's public information. Anybody can go back and get the transcripts from your nasty divorce. Okay, so in general, always ask the judge to seal the records. Unless you're a minor, they're automatically sealed, well, most cases. But if not, it's out for public, right? Public view. So that's what it talks about. Now, you might see a question about you get subpoenaed. Okay, so if it just talks about me being subpoenaed about a case, the answer is talk to my lawyer first or seek legal counsel. Okay, because if they want me to get up there and speak, then I need someone protecting me, right? Because I need someone protecting me and know legally what to say and what I can't say. So that's about protecting me. Okay, so if subpoena, they want me to come and talk, then I'm going to make sure that I seek legal. Okay, does that make sense? Did I clear those up? Okay, so again, they have the right to that. Is there a question?
Yeah, I had a question. If one of the answer choices is to contact the client first, would that always trump what you do, even if it's court ordered?
It would. It sure would.
Okay.
It sure would. Okay. Because the code of ethics says that I'm supposed to contact my client to make sure it's okay that I claim privilege.
Got
Okay?
it. Thanks.
But unless the question says the court order says you cannot contact the client, then I can. Just going to specifically say that. Okay. We good on that one? That gets confusing a lot for everybody. So privilege is the legal term. Your Honor, it's a privilege to hold this information. I'm always going to do that. Okay. The reason I'm going through these processes is because the stenographer is sitting there taking notes, right? I want it on the record that I followed the code of ethics. Okay, that I did my job. I tried to protect him. I want it very clear because, if you don't document it, it didn't happen. So very clear. I want that stenographer to say, and the therapist reported blah, blah, blah. Okay, I want it on the record. I want that client getting out, and he said, oh, Pam, you blabbed on me. You didn't even try. You know what? Come in and try and take my license. No. Okay, CYA, always document, but you got to follow the code of ethics. Okay, we good? I truly think the most important thing is the code of ethics. I think anything else in life you can Google, but you got to know the code of ethics. That's what we live by and die by. And when you get that license, that's what you'll lose your license because you didn't follow the code of ethics. Brief of confidentiality is the biggest reason. And not purposely that we share, hey girl, let me tell you who I saw today. Not purposely, but we'll send information without a release, especially in a small town, right? We'll be talking to the colleague and somebody hears. We'll be at a restaurant talking and somebody overhears. So that is the biggest breach of confidentiality. The biggest breach of the code of ethics is confidentiality. Okay.
So Pan, just to be clear, so if it's the other lawyer that is asking for the records and the answer is consult with the client and also refuse to give the records, is okay. But if
so that's correct with a subpoena, but don't ever, one of the chances sometimes to ignore it, don't ignore it. That's not professional. Okay. So go ahead.
And if it's by the judge, it's a subpoena by the judge, I can follow the steps that you told us, like assess privilege and then nail the record and also ask to seal the records. And how will be in the answers for because I remember seeing answers like refuse to give the information, request to give only part of the records. And I was confused in those questions when we came from the judge.
So you can never, you can't refuse. You have to show up to court with the records, right? If you don't do that, really, they'll issue a bitch warrant for your arrest. Okay, it's the same thing as every other court date, a traffic ticket, anything you didn't show up for court for, they will issue a bitch warrant. So you have to show up. You have to show up with the records. Okay, but I can never redact. I can't give a summary. I can't do any of those things because he has ordered the records. Redaction means like I took a black marker and blacked out the things I didn't want him to see. You can't do that. You cannot do that. Okay? You have to give the judge the entire file. However, you're supposed to be keeping separate psychotherapy notes. Okay? And those do not exist unless the client or the judge specifically says, I want the psychotherapy notes. Okay, so if you work in an institution where everybody can see the records, so what we're going to try to do is in the major record or the court record, I'm going to say, session with family, discussed issues regarding abuse in the family, notified CPS. Okay, that's going to be pretty clear. In my psychotherapy records, I'm going to put the details. Mom reports that she walked in and saw the dad molesting her 6-year-old girl. Okay, so I got to document it. I'm going to put it there. But everybody that reads that record does not need to know what the details of that. Okay, so psychotherapy notes do not exist unless someone asks specifically for them. Okay, you don't offer them. Those are just for you. Okay, is that clear?
Right. Yes, thank you.
Okay. 22 is another code of ethics question. Is it rehab or rehab?
Rehab.
Rehab. Where are you from?
I'm from Middle East, from Iraq.
That's all. Okay, so anyway, 22, you got this one? A social worker seeing a couple in marital therapy from a couple seeing a social worker in marital therapy discovers from a confidential phone call the husband makes the social worker that the husband is having an affair. The social worker should A, tell the wife, B, tell the husband to tell the wife the truth, C, stop therapy, or D, tell the husband that marital therapy requires two committed individuals. Okay, so what would you do? Rule out.
Tell the wife.
Okay, that's out. Okay.
And also B.
Okay, can't do that either. So now I'm down to C or D.
We don't stop the therapy, so it's D.
You got it. You got it. Very good. Very good. Okay, so everybody got that? Okay, the client is my couple. They're my couple. I can't keep the secret, but I can't share the secret either. So I'm always looking for an answer that somehow works it out. I cannot throw the husband under the bus. Yeah, don't you have something you tell your wife? I can't do that. That's unethical. So I really, something very benign like that. It requires two committed people, or, in order to work through this process, both parties must be honest. Something like that, okay? Because that's what I'm looking for, because I cannot share. Again, the couple is my client, okay? And I know in many of your agencies, especially if you're taking Medicaid dollars, that you will see the family, the wife, the child, all those people, but you cannot do that on the test, okay? If you're seeing the couple, you're only seeing the couple. You cannot see them separately. If the couple has marital issues and the wife maybe has some sexual issues from being abused in the past, you refer her out to a separate therapist, okay? But then still see the couple together, okay? Now, I've seen questions where the wife came in first and she talks about issues with the husband. It's an initial session with the wife. Then I can say, well, won't you bring your husband in and we'll start couples therapy. Okay, because it's the initial session, I'm gathering information, and I'll obviously say the issues with both of them, so then I can do couples therapy. Okay, but I cannot see them separately. I can't be the child's therapist and the family's therapist. I know in the real world it happens all the time, but for the test, that is unethical. Okay, I'm going to say something else about that.
Where does the rule that I've read a few different places apply where there's no secrets kept between the therapist and one of the, either the spouses in one of the people in the relationship? I've seen this question a couple of different places and I feel like I'm seeing different answers from it. So my initial thought was B, because there's not supposed to be any secrets kept.
Okay, but that's not my job.
Okay.
That's not my job, and that's not my job to tell them, right? And yes, there should be no secrets, and I can't be the secret holder. I cannot keep his secret, but I can't share his secret either. So I'm always looking for an answer that comes up with the way that they talk to each other without me throwing either one of them under the bus.
So
Okay.
would that be like if you're seeing a couple and then the wife calls the therapist and says, I think my husband's cheating or something. And then is that where then the therapist says, there's no secrets policy?
I could say that, or I could say, you know what, we agreed that we'd only talk about things together, bring it up in the office, or, and he said, or she says, can you keep it a secret? I'm going to say, no, I can't, because I cannot keep it a secret, but I cannot share it either. Okay, so you should see different answers. So I'm looking for an answer to know that I can't do A, B, or C. Okay, and when you say that you see different answers, it should be different questions. Okay, So that's code of ethics. Is A and B and C are both code of ethics. C is abandonment, right? A is a violation of HIPAA and a violation of his confidentiality, right? And B, I can't make another adult do anything. I'm looking for that magic wand because then I could get a husband. I just make him do whatever I wanted to do. It'd be great. Maybe that's why I'm single. Go ahead.
Sorry, isn't that also that you shouldn't give advice?
I should not, but don't take that as a hard and fact. Okay? Because sometimes that might be the right answer. Okay? We don't tell the client what to do, right? But sometimes that might be the answer. So I'd rather you think as a reading test than stick with all those rules. Okay? Because go back and read. In this one instance, that might be the right answer. Okay? "24. This comes up again on the questions a lot. A client is seeing one social worker for individual therapy and another social worker for group therapy. The client is improving. What is the most likely reason?" And Peter, I'm sorry, the last one was D. 22 is D. Got that? Okay. Okay, so 24. Chrissy, you like this one? Well, yeah, Dr. Pam, thanks. Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Rule out.
Rule out D because it doesn't say that there was permission.
That is my answer.
Is it?
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, you'll see that all the time on the test. Okay, it's not the fact that I have two therapists, it's the fact that the therapists are talking to each other. Okay, and I see where you get that it doesn't say, they signed a release. Okay, but the question asks you, what is the most likely reason? So it's not asking you if you have a release, it's asking you what is the most likely reason. Okay, so A is the combination of two kinds of therapy is not my answer. If it says they're both on the same, both therapists are on the same theoretical orientation, right, that would be okay. But if I'm doing a Freudian approach and I think everything is unconscious, and you're doing a behavior approach where you don't believe in anything in the unconscious, that's going to make that client crazy, right? No. Okay, so when we talk together, we're on the same page. That's when we're going to see the improvement. Okay, so I want to say, trying to thought, Pam. Oh, okay. So when it comes to that, and this question again, I was reading the question. It doesn't ask me. What it asks me is the most likely reason. So if let's example again, the medical approach. So you have cancer, you've gone to your primary care doctor, and you have cancer. The cancer sends you to the oncologist, right? You're seeing the oncologist. Don't you want the oncologist and the primary doctor to be talking to each other? I don't want my oncologist to be saying, "Well, Pam, just go home and eat fruits and vegetables," and my MD saying, "Well, we need to start chemotherapy right away." It's gonna make me crazy. Talk. Okay, and I like where you're going with the release, but that's not what the question asked me. Make sense?
I was a little confused because I didn't know when to go to the social worker because there was nothing about the client in that stem.
The client is improving.
Somehow I missed that I was struggling with that one because I wanted it to say something about the client.
Okay. So this question is almost always on the test, and in study material, it is not the combination of two types of therapy. That is never it, unless it says the therapists are using two techniques that are similar. If I'm using CBT and REBT, perfect. Okay, because those match, right? DBT, one for borderlines, another person is using CBT. Those are very similar theories. We're good. Okay, but it doesn't tell me what kind of theory they're using. So it's not the combination of two types of therapy. It is the communication between the social workers. Okay, and so if I picked B or C, neither one of those could be true. Okay, because the question mentions both the individual and the group. Neither one are better. Right? I have to say, well, individual's better, group is better. Neither one is better. So it can't be B or C. So it had to be A or D. Okay, and my best answer is going to be D. Always. I'm going to say always. Most of the time on the test, that's going to be the right answer. And most people pick A, and that's not the right answer. Okay? Deborah, do you want to talk about why you thought it was A, or are we good?
We're good. I get it now, but it was helpful for you to explain it, because if I were taking the test and didn't have this conversation today, my automatic thought would have been A, but it makes sense now.
I'm hoping that's why you paid some money to be with me this morning, so I can tell you.
Yes.
Okay. I hope you learned something today and didn't waste your time and your money. Okay, so
Yes,
if you walk away not knowing anything different, we got a problem. Okay. Somebody asked me the question with 23. I didn't go over that one, but the answer is the difference between substance withdrawal. It has to do with the level in your system. Okay, so if I get pulled over by the police, okay, he's going to take my blood level, and to decide whether I'm intoxicated or not, my blood level determines that. Okay, so it's not my tolerance, because we can all have different tolerances, right? All that proof objective is going to be the amount of alcohol in my system. Okay, there's a question sometimes about where alcohol stays the longest. It's in your hair. Okay, so just know that. So the hair test is where it stays the longest. Alcohol is out of your system with between 24 and 48 hours. Okay, but they can test your hair for your alcohol use. So that's where it stays the longest. Oh, 28. That's going to be one of them little indirect questions. Oh my gosh. This is not community, okay? This is indirect. This is how I run an office. So there's between indirect, they're both. How to run an agency, how to run a community. Both of those things are considered indirect, okay? So don't get those confused. 28, a social worker who's administrator of an agency is evaluating the agency using a formative program evaluation. Which of the following describes a formative program evaluation? Let's see here. I'm trying to look down on my screen. Don't be hiding yourself. Cheryl, are you there with your camera off? Probably not. Probably not. Who wants this one?
I'll try it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the social worker who is an administrator of an agency is evaluating his agency using a formative program evaluation. Which of the following statement describes a formative program evaluation? I'm gonna rule out A because I think outcome would be in the end.
Okay. The outcome is called what?
Summative.
Yes! That's my summative. The summary is always at the end. Perfect.
Okay. I'm gonna rule out B. I think that would be the middle. I don't know what to call it, but I think that'll be the middle. So I would say C would be my answer.
B is my answer.
B is your answer? Okay.
God, it is. Because you just call summaries at the end, right? So
Okay.
the formative is while it's still forming. So let's say that my agency got this grant money, and we're writing our goals and our objectives of how we're gonna use this grant money. Okay. So if we get writing the grant, and I'm starting the policy, and like in the first couple of sessions, I realized this isn't working, right? That's my formative. I can change when we're still forming, right? And we can go back and we can change the directions. We can write new goals. So that is in process. Okay.
So what
So-
would C be? What would we call C?
Evaluation of the effectiveness, probably when you're looking at the cost effectiveness ratio
Cost effective.
or cost effective analysis. Okay, so remember cost effective analysis and cost benefit analysis. With the cost effective, I'm looking at how we're going to be evaluated on how effective this agency was. Okay, I always talk about the you got a PO hospital in your community. Okay, indigent care hospital, that's the correct terminology. But there's a PO hospital and there's the Gooder hospital, right? The Gooder hospital has all the high-tech electronics, and they got the best robotic stuff, and they just hired some great, surgeon from somewhere, and they're bragging how great they are. Okay, so they get money, and they want to make sure that they benefit financially from the money. So cost benefit is the benefit is determined in numbers. Okay, we hired all these people. We expect to make some money at the end. Now the PO hospital, the indigent care hospital, again, cost effectiveness. They get money, but they're not measured on how much money they made. They're measured on what a difference they made in their population. How effective were these what you did? How effective was it in the community? Can I report that you saved so many lives? Can I report that you kept people from losing their fingers and toes? So that's cost effectiveness. Okay, so cost benefit, cost effectiveness. The analysis at the end, right? The ratio is $3 out of $4, 3 out of 4 lives. So the ratio is that 6 out of 10, blah blah blah. So that would be the evaluation of the effectiveness. That's cost effectiveness. Okay. So then formative is while we're forming. Summative always means at the end. That's the summary of the program. So somebody asks you, a client, another agency says, wow, Pam, we really liked what you did over there with those boys and girls. Can we do that? And I'm going to give them the summative, right? What worked? We good on that? Those indirect questions freak people out. Oh my God. I just want to be a clinician. I don't want to know this stuff. Sorry. Okay, we've seen this one before. A lot of people have seen it. So again, if you've seen it, don't answer it for me. A 30-year-old woman appears at a family service agency as a walk-in. She has just come from the emergency room where she received care for a broken rib and badly beaten face. She states that she has been beaten by her husband, but does not want to go to shelter since her children are due at home from school in an hour, and she wants to be home with them. What is the first thing the social worker should do? Okay, so make sure I understand the question. I'm gonna make sure first. She's 30. She's in a family agency, right? She came to the emergency. She came from the emergency room, and now she's in the service agency. Okay. So now she states that she's beaten by her husband, but she doesn't want to go to shelter since her children are due at home in an hour and she wants to be at home with them. What is the first thing I would do? Heather?
I'm thinking B.
Okay. Because?
Well, for me, A, you wouldn't contact the police.
Okay.
There's nothing in the statement that says she's in immediate danger. And also we don't do that for domestic violence.
Okay.
D, take the woman to the shelter. That's not addressing the children at all.
Okay. And she's already in the shelter, right? I'm sorry. She's in the family agency, but she doesn't want to go to shelter. Okay.
Right.
So A and D are out. So now you're down to B or C.
C, have the children picked up and get the woman to the shelter. That doesn't keep her with the children, which is what she's saying she wanted. And she also didn't say she wanted to go to the shelter. And
Okay. So why didn't she want to go to the shelter?
because her children are coming home from school in an hour.
and
She
she's
wants to be
afraid.
at home with
Yeah.
them.
So she's afraid that, you know, this if they come home and mom's not there, right, they're going to freak out. She's got some worries there. B is not the answer. C is the answer. And can you tell me why? Anybody?
I think the reason for that is because she's worried about her children at school. They're at school coming home, and
Mhm.
that C is covering that to help her to pick up her children and take her to the shelter.
Okay, so what's wrong with B?
Well, 8, the woman is going home to get her children. You can't take her home because she's have a broken rib and she's been badly beaten
You're
up by
making
her.
up stuff, you know. I know you're making now. You're thinking. You're not reading. So no,
Well,
no, no. The
Safety.
answer:
Isn't it?
safety. Yes, safety, safety. If we go back home, she's gonna get killed. So I need her safe. Okay, she's already here. She's safe. I can get someone to get the children from school and bring them to us, because she doesn't say she doesn't want to go to shelter. She doesn't want to go because of her children. Okay, and safety first. That's exactly what that was. I need to keep that woman safe. Going back home, we know that's the most time that people are killed, right? So it's a safety issue. That's exactly why. Okay.
I understand it's a safety issue, but it says in the vignette that she doesn't want to go to the shelter, and the
Right.
part of C, it's kind of against the client's self-determination.
She doesn't say that. She doesn't say that. Read again. She doesn't want to go to shelter since her children are due home from school in an hour. She doesn't say I don't want to go to shelter. She says I don't want to go home because I can't leave my kids. Okay, does that make sense? It's a reading test. It's a reading test.
So
Yes.
Dr.
Then
Beverly is basically
it says, I'm sorry, and then it says she wants to be home with them at the end. She
Okay.
wants to be home with them.
Okay. There's not one of those answers that says take her home. Right? That's not an option. Go drop her back home. That's not an option. So out of those 4 options, given what I know, Jennifer? You're muted.
I was saying, so just trying to make sure I got a concept. We are still giving her what she asked for, but we're also doing our part of making sure that she's safe and her kids are safe by taking her to the shelter, because I do understand what you're saying. Because of the word since she wants to be home when they get home, she doesn't say that I want to stay there. I basically need to be there when they get there to put my hands on.
Exactly.
Okay. I got you now.
Okay. That makes sense how we got there? Because that was a tough one, okay? And I'll tell you, this is one of the toughest books ever. But the issue, again, is client self-determination. She still has the right, but she doesn't say, I want to go home. What she says is, I don't want my children are due home in an hour, and I want to be home with them. Okay, so none of those answers say anything about her being home. B and C says going home to get her children, or C, have the children picked up and get the woman to a shelter. So C is the one that answers all of that. I still got some confused looks. We can process it more. Remember, we're therapists. We can process it all day. That's why that why doesn't work. The humanitarian method doesn't work because we talk too much. Okay, I'm going to remind you of a couple things while we're here. Remember, there are 3 stages of domestic violence, right? There's the battering, there's the tension. There's the battering, the honeymoon, and the tension builds again. Okay, so tension building. Then we know that there's going to be a battering incident, and then the honeymoon, or sometimes it's called loving contrition, like, oh, I'm so sorry, honey, blah, 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 I love you, I brings you flowers, all that good stuff, okay? So that's sometimes, those are the 3 steps. The social exchange theory is always the right answer of when a woman decides to leave, Okay, it's not only for that one, but for this question, this is always the right answer. Okay, in general, people will leave a relationship when it costs me more than I'm getting out of it. Okay, this is the social exchange theory. So, okay, so I will stay as long, and this is not necessarily, I mean, for the test, it's the answer to this domestic violence case. This is always the right answer. In the real world, with the benefits, okay, I'll stay in a relationship as long as it's good for me, whether it's work, a marriage, or friendship, right? As long as I'm getting something, I'm good. But the minute it costs me too much to be your friend, I'm out. The minute the job costs me too much, right? I'm not getting as much as I'm putting in, I'm out. Okay, so that's a social exchange theory. Okay, and this is when women decide to leave. But as I'm going over terms with you, you know, the best way to remember them is just put in your notes this week, right? Put in your notes, make it part of what you did. You'll sound so smart. Did you know that client decided to leave their job because, you know, the thoughts of the social exchange theory, that they were just getting, it was costing too much, then they were getting out. It's a social work term. You'll make it part of you. Okay? Social work shouldn't be over here, the test over here. These are things that you do. We just put in the verbiage to it because we need the verbiage for the test. Okay, trying to make sure I have the right window open. I am doing that. Okay. 31. Okay. Let's see here. Who wants this one? Anybody? Great. Bilquis? Bilquis?
Yes.
Okay, I got it right.
Sorry.
Bilquis?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. A counselor at the local high school contact a social worker in the Child Welfare Protection Agency and describe the situation of 14 years old girl reporting sexual abuse by her father. The social worker's first step should be to remove the child from home, interview the child immediately, contact the police, contact the family. All right, so
Make sure you understand the question.
yeah, so a counselor at the local high school contacting us in the welfare. Okay, so I'm the welfare protection
There you go.
agency,
That was the key.
and prescribing the 14 years old that being sexually abused. Okay, and what's the first step should I be? Oh gosh, I'm not the okay. Removing the child from the home, that could be possible. Interview the child immediately, yes. Contact the police. All of them seem good.
But it's a first question, and I know in first questions, what am I supposed to do?
Just respond to the
assess.
Oh,
Gather
okay.
more information first. Remember, we're going to gather more information unless safety or feelings come before that. Assess before you intervene.
So interview the child immediately.
Yes. Okay, that's it. Okay. Do you understand how we got there? Most people get this wrong, because they don't know the role you're playing.
Yeah, so that's what I never work as a CPS, so I don't know what they do.
It doesn't matter. You don't have to know what they do. You have to know how to read.
Okay.
I promise you, don't think that way. I've never been a school social worker. I've never been a hospital social worker. It doesn't matter. My hospital social workers get them wrong, right? My CPS workers get them wrong because they bring too much. It's a reading test. Okay. It's a reading test, so it doesn't matter. They're looking at, do you know social work skills? We were all taught as generalists, right? We learn those generalist skills to be caregiving, to give resources. We all learn that. So that's what they're measuring. Do you know what a good social worker would do? Okay. The problem most people miss up in this one is they think sometimes they're the high school counselor because they don't carefully read and they don't get that they're the CPS worker. Okay. And then what I get is to come in and remove the child. Okay. I'm not going to take the word of a high school guidance counselor to remove a child. Right? I'm the professional. My job is to come in and interview the child. I might remove the child later. I might contact the police later, and I might call the family later. But the first thing I'm going to do is assess. Got it? You good with that, Carrie? That look on your face?
I work for CPS.
And what would you have done first? Don't bring anything into it from work. Don't. Okay. And when it's a hospital social worker, it doesn't matter that you've not done it. It doesn't matter. It matters, do you know the steps of social work? Okay.
Just for like thinking through that question, I did end up picking that answer, but at first I thought, well, don't you need to contact the parents to get a hold of the child? But like with CPS, you just go directly to the house, or is there scheduling involved? I guess that's where my brain automatically went. Like, well, she's 14 years old. How do I get to the steps of interviewing her?
So let's just play this out, okay? What you said. Hi, this is Pam Turner from CPS. Your 14-year-old daughter is telling me that you are molesting her. Is that true? How was that going to work? Not going to work the best, right?
That makes sense.
Okay, so just put yourself right there, okay? Hi, I'm going to ask the wife. Did you know your husband's abusing your child? She's going to say, no, not my husband. So, right? Yes.
In a situation like that, wouldn't you go to the school since the school reported it to you?
You probably would. You probably would. And this thing, it says immediately. That's an immediate one. I want to get the child.
Right?
Yeah, and I want to get the child before they go home. So when I was a school social worker, I would call CPS, and Lord knows, about the end of the day, sometime a kid tells you something, and I'm like, if you don't come out to school today, you're personally responsible for this kid dying.
I've seen that happen at the high school. I'm a sub, so it be times you be like, oh my God, y'all not doing it right.
And I'm sorry for my CPS workers, but I can't let this kid go home. So, okie dokie. Got that one? Okay, so CPS workers, for the test, they have the right to go in and remove a child. Okay, for the test. In most cities, in most states, you actually go in and then you make a recommendation to the judge. The judge does an order within 24 hours upholding your decision. That's how it should work. Now, in some counties, it don't matter what the judge says, or it doesn't matter what you say, the judge makes a decision. Okay, so I teach in a small county, and before the CPS workers can do anything, they have to call the judge. And the judge will say, well, I know his son. We ain't gonna arrest them. They be fine. Okay, but in the real world, that is unethical. In the real world, CPS workers are trained to do that. The time you would take a policeman with you if you feel like you're in danger, or if it's a crime. If it's a crime scene, then the policemen have to come and do their crime investigation. Okay, Carrie, what are the rules in your area?
That's right. That you don't want to mess up the crime scene, so you want to take the police if you've got something criminal.
You got it. You got it. It's still illegal. Okay, 32. During a group session, a client shares that 7 years ago he set a building on fire, which resulted in the death of a security guard. The social worker may do all the following except 3 things right, 1 he can't do. Anybody?
I would, during a group session, a client shares that 7 years ago, he set a building on fire, which resulted in the death of a security guard. The social worker may do all of the following except the group already knows what's going on. So as a facilitator, you might ask them how they would want to handle the situation. You might, but
That's
as a
not my answer. No. I would do that. I would
ignore
do
the
that.
state. Yeah, you would do that. B, you can't ignore that it was said.
Ding, ding,
The
ding,
bottom
ding,
line,
ding,
you
ding.
said
I
it.
can't ignore it. Okay. I can't ignore it. It's not that I'm going to report it to the police. Okay. Because the code of ethics says I'm only going to report someone in imminent danger. Okay. If he already killed somebody 7 years ago, no one is in imminent danger. They already dead. Right. So I cannot report that. So my code of ethics says I have to keep that information, right? That's confidential information. But what they're asking you in the question is, how does the group handle it? So imagine I talk about the stages of group. Now they've got to be in the performing stage, right? They got to be close before he shares that. I've been sitting next to this guy for the last 12 weeks, and he goes, "Oh, by the way, Pam, did you know I killed somebody 7 years ago?" Whoa! So I have to handle the group's feelings. He just dropped a bomb. So I need to make sure that the group is okay. Okay. I can encourage him to speak to the police. I really can. Okay. I can't. Okay. I can check the members' feelings. He just dropped a bomb. Oh my gosh. And I can ask the group members how they want to handle it. That doesn't mean whether or not they want to call the police. It means how they want to handle it in group. Do you want to keep processing it? Do you want to let it go? What do you want to do in group? Okay. So that's when those stages of group come in, knowing exactly where we are in those stages. Okay. Okay. So that was how to answer. Do you have a better grip on how to answer the questions? We'll come back to some more because I see some people that are still unsure. Okay. But if I can remind you, it's a reading test. Go ahead.
The answer is C.
The answer is, what number was I on? The answer was B.
B.
I cannot ignore it.
Oh, except, okay, I got it.
Okay. I cannot ignore it. Okay. Okay.
I have a question. I have
yeah.
posted in the chat box. I'm not sure if you saw it, but
No.
is there, can you recommend like any other ways of studying the code of ethics, or do you know of any other
Read them.
programs?
No, read them. Read them. Read them. Some of the questions are verbatim from the code of ethics. Okay. And I know that some of the therapists have described it, and some of in the APGAR book, her back chapters, I always suggest you read from those, and she discusses some of them, but some of them are exactly verbatim from the test, the code of ethics. If two clients, if two social workers are sorry, my dog keeps picking up everything. Okay, so if the question talks about two social workers are working in an agency, and one of the social workers has a problem with the supervisor. So the supervisor and that client, or the supervisor and the supervisee, are having issues, right? What does the code of ethics say about that? It says I cannot use that situation for my benefit. Okay, verbatim, that I can't do that. So my partner, my peer, is having an argument with our supervisor. I can't step in and go, "Well, I'll take her clients." Okay, I can't do that. That's exploitive. So you can't do that, and that's right there in the code of ethics. And you just got to know those things. You know, when we have an issue with each other, right? We go to each other first. Always, always, always. The only time that I won't go to that person first is if they've done something illegal, right? If I know that they're a pedophile and they're working in my agency, I'm not going to say, "Oh, so you're a pedophile. Let's talk about that." No, that was going to go straight to the chain of command. Okay. But if I'm going to go to them first, and not to get them in trouble, I'm going to them first because I am a colleague. And our goal is to keep the colleague, to help him, right? He smells like alcohol. I want to help him. I don't want to get him in trouble. Okay, so that means confront is not the right word. Okay.
On YouTube for auditory learners, they have a few videos of they read the code of ethics from front to back. So I listen to it sometimes while I'm doing things around the house or in the car or whatnot. If you're better at listening instead of reading, it's verbatim, the entire code of ethics.
Would you share that link with me so I can share it with others as well? Because you really just need to know the
Absolutely.
whole code. That's really important. And email it to me, please. Don't put it in the chat box. Everything in the
Sure.
chat box goes away when we hang up, okay? Okay, one more on this one. People seem to get this one wrong a lot too. A social worker in a homeless shelter is asked by a mother to take her children to the social worker's home on Christmas Eve. So the children will have a Christmas in a nice home. The social worker should. Okay? Should questions. Well, I don't know what it means. What should means. Should means best practice. What is the best practice? What would a normal social worker do? Okay? So let's see here. Deborah, you there? Yes? You're muted, I think, if you're there. Okay, thinking not. Chrissy, take this one.
So would it be
Roll out first.
rule out A?
Okay. Unethical.
Rule out D?
Okay. Now I'm down to B or C.
Would it be C to try to get her more support for the Christmas?
It is!
Okay.
Yes! 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 Most people pick B because the code of ethics says I can't, right? Right? Most people pick B. And I can see you now. Christmas Eve. Little orphan Annie sitting there right beside you. And the mother said, please, please take my children home for Christmas. And you're like, excuse me, ma'am. That's against my code of ethics. Can't do that. We're not going to do that. We're not, right? The code of ethics are for us, not for the clients. They're for us to follow. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to go to now some clinical content when it comes to diagnosing and theories, because that's where we struggle a lot also. I'm using Pocket Prep. I'm not going to use the LCSW version because if you've had it, many people have done those questions already. I do like Pocket Prep. If you find it hard, then it means you're not ready for the test. Okay, because this is content. You've got to know content. If you don't know the answers, if you don't know the answers, what I'm looking for, then you can't figure it out in the question. You've got to know content. Okay, mute yourself. Okay, see my screen? You know, some simple ones here. Which of the following is based on genetic origin? Anybody? I see mouse moving.
Race.
It is my race. Very good. That is my genetic. There are only 3 races: white, black, and Asian. Okay? So there are many different cultures and many different ethnicities. Okay? So I am a black female. There are black females that live in Paris that look like me, that don't eat the same foods that I eat, that don't do anything like I do. That's culture or ethnicity. Okay? Race is my skin color. That simple. It's my genotype, which is my genetic piece, based on my phenotype, which is what you see of my genetic features. Okay, so that is race. That is not culture. I can be biracial, right? I can be black and white. I can be white and Asian, but that's, again, just my genetic makeup. My ethnicity is how I describe myself. And you get the right to prove your own ethnicity, right? If I ask you what you are and you're like Tiger Woods and tell me you're Kabla Asian, I'm going to say, okay, right? That's however you define yourself, okay? Many people of the Hebrew faith say they're Jewish. Jewish is a religion, right? It's really not. It's a culture. It's a culture, okay? But it's not a race. So understand the difference between those. And you might see that term ethnocentrism. Ethnocentrism means I think that my race is the most important, okay? So, I'm sorry, my ethnicity. Okay, so then my ethnicity really looks at how I view myself. And Americans, we're a bit ethnocentric, right? We kind of go in other countries and tell them that they should be democratic like us, right? If you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, you're ethnocentric because you think those Cowboys are better than everybody else, right? Your ethnic group because you're a Cowboy. So it can be your race, it can be your skin color, it can be any of those things, okay? But ethnocentrism means my ethnicity is at the center. That's literally what it means, okay? There are two terms, emic and etic. Do we know those terms? Okay, so emic is seeing the world from the client's viewpoint. Okay, so the way that I remember etiquette, and I'd like to take credit for it, but I didn't. It was written in one of the other study guides. As if you he said, if you remember etic, if you etic, think of etiquette, and then etiquette means that we're expecting people to follow the same etiquette we do. Right? So if I have someone in my house who comes in, they eat with chopsticks or eat with their hands, and I think it's wrong, that's because I have a viewpoint from my viewpoint. That is not okay. I need to have an emic viewpoint. View it from the side of the client. Okay? So etic is etiquette. I think that everybody should sit at the table and use a fork and a knife. Right? And if you use chopsticks, there's something wrong with you. Or if you use your hands, there's something wrong with you. Right? Okay, so emic is seeing it from the client's point of view. So both of those terms are cultural terms and many times on the test. Okay, so make sure you know those. Okay, so I'm using the NCM each. It's a 5-letter test. So the way that test works is you click more than one answer sometimes. So I like this again because it just gives you a better definition of the terms. So this is talking about delusion. So which of the following would be indicated as a treatment intervention for a delusional disorder? Delusions are my thoughts, right? My ideas of reference. I think the TV's talking about me. Ideas of grandiosity. I think that I am, amazing. If you have watched any of my videos, you do know that I suffer from erotomania, which is an idea, right? It's a thought. Because I believe someone famous is in love with me. Barack Obama is still in love with me. Even if you watched my video 2 or 3 years ago, he's still in love with me, just so you know. Okay, so that's my delusion. And remember, you never ever correct someone in their delusion. It makes sense to them, so you don't ever correct them. So don't you dare say Barack Obama's not in love with me, okay? So then I select all that apply. There are 3 answers. Okay? So then, again, I have to know a little bit about delusional disorder. And schizophrenia has both hallucinations and delusions. The hallucinations are things I taste, feel, touch. All 5 of my senses hallucinate. Gustatory, taste, olfactory, smell, hear, touch. All of those are my hallucinations. Outside my head, delusions are my thoughts. Okay, so anybody, you can put your answer in the chat box. Pick one. There's 3 correct answers of the 5. Rule out what it can't be first. I see an A, B, and a D. It cannot be C. You got it. So C is out. I saw an A, a B, and a D. A, B, D. Yeah, yes. Okay. So the answers are identifying the problematic thoughts, okay, because it's a delusion, okay, the triggers that activate those delusions, right? When Obama's on TV, when he shows up and does anything, I am so sure he's coming for me. Just saying, that's a trigger, okay? I have an Obama mask too, so whenever I'm going to marry somebody, I'll make him wear the Obama mask. Never mind. Okay, I'll keep that to myself. And C, of course, an antipsychotic medication. Give me some examples of antipsychotics.
Haldol.
Haldol.
Thorazine.
Thorazine. Zyprexa, one of my newer ones. We use that one, right? Risperdal. Okay. When I Clozaril, yeah. So when I use anti-anxieties, what happens to my face?
Possible tardive dyskinesia.
Bing, bing, bing. And what medication do I use for the tardive dyskinesia? Cogentin is what I'm going to use, okay? So tardive dyskinesia affects your entire muscles, not just your face, but it's more obvious in your face, right? You see someone is making it, all right? Okay, so that's a side effect of an antipsychotic. It touches your central nervous system, right? So in that central nervous system, then the effect of that medication is having involuntary movements. And they happen with your arms and legs too, but the face is where it's most obvious, all right? It does go away when you stop taking the medicine. It's not a permanent condition. It does go away. Can you see why many schizophrenics stop taking their medicine? Okay, I'm already having some voices in my head, and now I look like this? No way. Cogentin, it's C-O-N-G-E-N-T-I-N, Cogentin. It's in my PowerPoint when I pull that up. Is the medication that I'm going to use to stop the side effects. Okay. If you watch TV recently, there's other medications out there that lessen the tardive dyskinesia. That's not on the test yet, but they're talking about it on TV. You're like, oh my gosh, we didn't even talk about schizophrenia before. So, but that won't be on the test. Tardive dyskinesia. Okay, very good, very good. Which of the following is the main treatment difficulty regarding factitious disorder? I have to know what factitious disorder is, right? That's a content question. Okay, rule out. What is the main treatment difficulty? What's the hardest thing about treating factitious disorders? If you're not sure, factitious is when they're faking it. We're not really sure why they're faking it. Factitious disorder gets those primary and secondary gain, if you know those terms. Okay, primary gain is the one we can't see on the inside. We're not sure what the client is gaining. The secondary gain is obvious. Okay, so you're faking it and you're trying to get something out of it. Okay, but I'm sorry, you're faking it, but there's some internal gains. Malingering is when I'm faking it for a reason, right? I've got a reason. I don't want to go to the Army. I don't want to go to school today. Any of those things, that's malingering, okay? And conversion disorder is when you're looking for a trauma in the question, something traumatic. A mother saw a kid get hit by a bicycle and now she can't see. Okay, it is a central nervous system disorder as well. Doctors really aren't sure what causes it. Sometimes it's called like hysterical blindness. If you ever read the book by Maya Angelou, it was probably mandatory reading when you were in elementary school, middle school. I Know Why the Cage Bird Sings. And you know, she's a great poetess. She's amazing with words, but she didn't speak for like 6 years. She felt that someone in the community had raped her, and she came back and she told the people in the community that someone had raped her, and they went and killed him. So she said later that she felt like her voice killed somebody. So she really could not speak for 7 years. Okay, so that's conversion disorder, something traumatic. The word soma, S-O-M-A, means body. So whenever I see a somatic disorder, A somatic illness, that is a mental health issue, something in my head, behavioral health, something going on that presents in a physical way. Okay? When I get anxious, my stomach hurts. Okay? That's a somatic disorder. Okay? Soma means body. Just remember that whenever you see those. Okay, so then, what is my answer on number 3?
My guess would be A.
Your guess would be right. Okay? So remember, with fictitious disorder, they're faking it, totally faking it, but we're not really sure why. Okay? The malingering is very clear. The fictitious, we're just not really sure why. Okay? What of the following is the main clinical focus of, I'm going to skip that one. Nope. Okay, there we go. Nope. Okay, here we go. Which of the following would most likely be used treating exposure therapy? Exposure therapy is a behavioral term, right? So we have flooding, where I give, if someone has a phobia and like they're afraid of spiders, I put them in a whole vat of spiders, like, ah, that's flooding. Implosive therapy is thinking about it, right? So imagine you're in a tank full of spiders. That's implosion therapy. And then systematic desensitization, it's by Joseph Wolpe, you might see that. And he said to do exposure. So that's a bit at a time, right? First, I'm going to look at a picture of a spider. Then I'm going to go up and maybe look at 2 pictures. I may touch a spider. It's a process. So that's also called exposure therapy. You might see in vivo desensitization. In vivo just means live, right? I'm doing it right now. So that's all that term means, in vivo. Okay, so which of the following most likely be treated during, which following would most likely be treated using exposure therapy? Roll out. Roll in. There are 3 questions.
Rule out D and E.
Okay, you're roll out D and E. Okay. Remember, GAD is a free-floating anxiety, right? 6 months. We're not looking for any cause. We're not sure what happened, but it's free-floating. You don't tie it to anything, and 6 months of duration. So with the anxiety, it's the restlessness, all over, feeling uncomfortable all the time. So that's GAD. I see a B, a C, a BCE. I see a B, a C. I'm going with E. So it wasn't E, it was A. Okay. What is wrong with E? Why wouldn't we treat that with exposure therapy? That's a personality
because
disorder.
of the personality disorder.
Yes, it's a personality disorder. Yes, yes. Personality disorders start in childhood, right?
Yes.
And now I'm an adult and I'm dependent. I don't think I have enough self-esteem. So I'm going to make sure that, my mama makes the decisions or my husband makes the decisions. I'm dependent. That is a personality disorder. All personality disorders are egosyntonic or egodystonic. Which one?
Dystonic.
Syntonic.
Syntonic. They're in sync with my ego. I am not coming for treatment for a personality disorder. It has been that way the whole time, right? I've always been this strange person. Now I'm an adult and it's still an issue, but I don't have an issue. So it's egosyntonic, in sync with my ego. Okay. Now with borderlines, we do know that DBT is a treatment for that. And that is a personality disorder, and DBT is the best treatment. So it's dialectical behavioral therapy. That is by Marsha Linehan. Okay, so that's the one that has a therapy that goes with it. The other goal is to take it from being egosyntonic to make it egodystonic, or alien, ego alien, being foreign to my ego. Okay, so let me take you back where I got that from. Okay, so Freud, id, pleasure principle. Oh, oh. Superego, no, Pam, never, never, never. My ego is me. My ego is the reality, right? So whenever I see the term ego, that's what we're talking about, me. Okay, id, devil, no, Pam. Oh no, Pam, this one goes, go, 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 right? So the id is eat, sleep, and procreate. It's innate according to Freud. We're born with our id. Okay, my superego develops later. It usually in my phallic stage between 3 to 5, and my reality is me. So that's where ego comes from. When you see ego strengths, when you see ego defenses, ego defense mechanisms, that's what that means. Okay, so that's why I know then it can't be the personality disorder.
Can you repeat the ego syntonic and?
I can. Okay, so there are, so again, ego syntonic are things that are good for my ego. Okay, I feel good about that. So ego syntonic is OCPD. The OCPD, the obsessive compulsive personality disorder, is ego syntonic. They've been that way their whole life, not interested in changing. If I came to your house right now and all of your spices are lined up directly the way they're supposed to be, and I look in your closet and they're lined by either shirt length or color, you got OCPD, okay? People with OCPD just strive for perfection. They just want to be perfect. They don't see a problem whatsoever, okay? The people around them see a problem, but OCPD people are not coming because it's in sync with their ego. If I knew you when you were a kid, you were probably lining up your Barbies by hair color or your Matchbox cars, right? By color. You've always been that way. You strive for perfection. Back in the day when we had pencil and paper, remember that? I have the girl beside me tear up all her work and start over because she wanted to be perfect. Ego, obsessive compulsive disorder people, they will rather turn their homework in late or assignment in late rather than it be perfect. Okay, so it's in sync with who they are. That term is ego syntonic. Okay, of all of the other DSM disorders are ego dystonic except for anorexia. Okay, ego dystonic means they're coming for treatment because they don't like the way that it feels. Okay, my anorexics are always going to be ego syntonic. They always think they're too fat. Right? They can weigh 6 pounds and they think they're too fat. So they're not going to come for therapy on their own. Never, never, never. Now they'll come probably because they've been ordered to or made to. But again, it's in sync with who they are. So they don't have a problem with that. So a lot of people don't realize there's a difference between the OCPD and the OCD. So just make sure that you know there is a difference. Okay, my OCD people are the ones that it gets worse. Okay, so they have to follow a routine. Okay, they have to follow a routine. They've got this, this, and this. If I don't check my door handle 7 times, then someone's going to break in and kill us. Okay, they don't like that. They'll be late going to work because they have to go back home and check the oven. Okay, it interferes with their life and they don't like it. So that's OCD. That is an anxiety disorder. We're going to treat that most often with a Zoloft, right? So, and remember, with any mood disorder, any affective disorder, CBT and medication. Okay, this OCD is a affective disorder, anxiety disorder, CBT, right, as well as medication. So the OCD people, it's ego dystonic. Their hands are raw because of COVID. All these things are happening. They think if they don't follow routine, that something catastrophic will happen. So these are the ones that are going to come for help. The blue people, right? They don't like it. OCD people, OCPD people, it's a personality disorder. They've had it that way. They've seen it that way forever and forever. Okay.
And they're the personalities, not just the OCPD.
The OCPD are the personality disorders. All of them, though.
Right.
I had a student tell me last week or this week that she saw a question on the ASWB practice test about clusters. Now we had stopped teaching clusters, and you probably didn't learn them in clusters. But she said she had saw a question on that, so it may be a upcoming test with test questions that don't count. So, but make sure that you know the clusters. And again, I have not taught these this way because for a while we just didn't. Did anybody learn them this way? If you went to school recently, you didn't learn them this way. Okay, yeah. So they're in categories. So the category A, that is my odd and eccentric. Okay. My paranoid personality disorder, the word you're looking for there is jealous. The paranoid personality disorder, they are sure that their husband is sleeping with the girl next door, the lady at church, the lady at the grocery store, all of those things. So jealousy is what I'm looking for with paranoid. Schizoids, remember, schizoids are the ones that avoid people. They're the ones that could care less. They hate you. They don't like you. It has nothing to do with anything. You probably have one in your neighborhood that you have just never seen. Okay? You don't go in their house. You don't go, they don't come out to meet people. They're always, always, always going to be my loners. For that picture, and of course, it's not there. Okay. You can't get any larger, so that's about as, yeah, we won't go. Okay, if you can see it. So the schizoid guy says, go away, Mr. Fish. He doesn't even want the fish in his life. Okay, so avoid people at all costs. That is my schizoid. It's a personality disorder. They're not coming for treatment. You probably have one in your neighborhood. You're thinking, you know, who lives in that house? We never see anybody. He comes in at night, right? And goes in and out of his garage. He never talks to anybody. Probably has his food delivered to the house, the groceries delivered because he's not going to be out with people. You might see him going to his mailbox late at night when no one's around. He avoids people at all costs. Okay? So that's really the people that avoid people. Not even a fish. Schizotypal, those are typically more like a schizophrenic. Okay? So that means neither one of these have the hallucinations or the delusions. But schizotypals have the disorganized thought, eccentric look, okay? So those will be the ones that will talk to you and you'll be so sorry they did. You'll be like, what? Like, yeah, no, okay? So schizotypals, schizoids, again, they're personality forms of schizophrenia, but they do not have the hallucinations or the delusions. They do not, okay?
Yeah,
So,
schizotypal is it the ones that have magical thinking?
yes.
As well? Okay.
Yeah, they can. I would be careful with that one because magical thinking still reminds me of full-blown schizophrenia. So I'd be careful with that one. Don't assume magical thinking goes with schizotypal. They can, but on the test, it's more likely going to be diagnosed with schizophrenia. Okay, so another question?
Is the difference between the schizoid and the avoidant that the avoidant wants to be around people, but they're
look at you. Yeah, getting ahead of the
afraid
program. Yeah. So again, these are my odd and eccentric category A. And as she mentioned, category B, these are my dramatic, my unpredictable people. Okay, my fearful people, that's my last one. My avoidance, like she said, avoidance really like people. They're just afraid. They're afraid of you're going to embarrass them. They're afraid that they're going to embarrass themselves. They're terrified that they'll be embarrassed, okay? Again, from childhood, okay? Dependent personality I mentioned before, those are the ones who can't make their own decision. That's the 45-year-old man that still lives with his wife, lives with his mother. Not there's anything wrong with his mother. He's just afraid to make his own decisions. And then OCD, we talked about the compulsive personality disorder, okay? My antisocials, they are not asocial. Asocial means they don't like people. A before any word negates the word, okay? Asocial. Asexual means I don't have sex. So anytime I put an A in front of it, it makes the word a negative. So antisocials are your serial killers, your Jeffrey Dahmers, okay? They're anti-society rules. When they were little, what were they diagnosed as? Anybody?
Oppositional
Conduct
defiance.
disorder.
Conduct
Conduct
disorder.
disorder.
Conduct. Because my conduct disorders, right? They're the ones that are breaking the law. So my opposition defiant kids, they're a pain in the butt. They will make a mess. They'll throw chairs. I mean, they're not great people, right? But my conduct people have no remorse. Okay, they're the ones that are breaking the law. They're the ones that hurt animals. Okay, so that's my conduct. From 6 to 16, both of those childhood diagnoses, both of those. But once this conduct disorder goes untreated, at 18, we're going to diagnose with as an antisocial. Okay, and again, at this point, it's ingrained in his personality. He thinks it's fine to go out and kill people. Right? That's who he is. Okay. Borderlines, of course, you know, hot, cold, black, white, blah, blah, blah. Love you, hate you. And histrionic and narcissist. So most often for the test, not in the real world, but for the test, my narcissists are going to be men. My hysterical women, my histrionic women are going to be females. Okay. Histrionic, I always think of Jessica Rabbit. Remember who framed Roger Rabbit? If you're not old enough to remember. She always dressed that way. Oh, right? Those are my histrionics, my drama queen. Look at me, look at me, look at me. Oh, right? High heels, short skirt. No, just going to McDonald's. Me. Okay? A question might look like, I'm going to quit my job. My boss didn't even accept my friend request on Facebook. How dare he? Okay? Not promiscuous, though. So don't think promiscuous, because they're not. They really are just very much drama queens. Okay? They want the attention, but not necessarily the sex. My borderlines are much more sexual. Okay? So anybody that has a sexual activity are my borderlines. And then my narcissists, of course, are men. Narcissists, first of all, they have very low self-esteem. So you might see that on the question test. They have very low self-esteem. And they believe it's all about them. Everything's about them. Everybody else is just collateral people that make them look better. Okay? So when he goes to a party, his wife has to look good because it's a reflection on him. Okay, so that's my narcissist. So know those clusters again, because they weren't on there before, but I did hear that they were on there now. Windows. People get confused about this one. Which of the following refers to the feelings that things, events, and people don't exist? Depersonalization, derealization, delusions, or psychosis? I'll tell you it's either A or B. I'll make it easy for you. Jessica, what's this one?
Forgot I was muted. Feelings, events, and people that do not exist. Derealization.
Ding, ding, ding. The key to that one is the personalization. Good job. The personalization is I feel like I'm watching my body. Okay, so it's like I see things happening, but it's not me. Okay, so deperson has to do with I don't feel like my person is there. Okay. Who would be a good candidate for play therapy? Two answers. Play therapy. Who would do best? A 10-year-old child with a conduct disorder, an 8-year-old child with repressed emotions, a 2-year-old child who has been physically abused, a 10-year-old child who struggles with self-esteem, or an adult struggling with losing a child. Who would be a good candidate for play therapy?
B and C.
B and C. Why? Why? Why not C? Do you hear that noise? Okay. If you know, let me know. My dog's like right here, so. Okay. So play therapy is modality most often used to help those between the ages of 3 and 12. It allows for a safe environment in which emotions can be expressed. Okay. Hold on, a 2-year-old. A 2-year-old, no, it's my 10-year-old. A 2-year-old has been physically abused would most likely be too young to benefit from play therapy. So usually we start at 3.
Okay.
Okay.
That's on the test.
Will it be?
Wait, there
Will
is
it
on the
be?
test.
Would it have been B because the child struggled to express himself, and that's a way that
Exactly.
okay.
So
Okay.
if I can talk to you, I don't need play therapy, right? I mean, we can talk. We'll figure it out. So play therapy is for people who are not very verbal or kids who are too young. They don't have the words yet. Okay. Somebody said that was on the test. Yes, someone. I heard that. Someone said that's on the test.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. I think I heard that. Okay, so thank you.
So it is
On one
appropriate.
of my tests, it was on there like more than one time.
Okay.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So it would
Thank you for
be
sharing.
it would be appropriate to use with abuse. It's just not that answer because of the age of the client
Yes.
in this scenario.
Yeah.
Yes, both of them. So that's why D can't be there and C, because both of those ages are right. That's the answer. That's why it can't be the 2-year-old and it can't be the 10-year-old child with conduct issues. Well, conduct issues anyway, we wouldn't use play therapy. You treat conduct behaviorally. So rewards and consequences. Remember that's Skinner or Pavlov. Operant is Skinner. Rewards and rewards and consequences. Pavlov is classical. The bell, right, with the dog. What's the difference between those two? Which of the following diagnosis involves one other person directly in addition to the sufferer? Sorry guys, my lips are just dry. It's not vanity, they're just dry.
Which of the following?
It involves one other person other than you. It's only a 1 question.
Separation is.
Dang, dang, dang. Dang, dang, dang. When I was first in therapy, the first therapist, I thought I was so good. Oh my gosh. I had like 2 families that came with separation disorder. I treated the kid, right? Would start the whole thing of desensitization. Mom would come in, sit with the kid, and then mom would eventually, get further out, like so the kid can see, and then maybe in the lobby, and then maybe even in like the car. And where things were getting better, they stopped coming. Because I didn't treat the adult, I just treated the child. The separation anxiety is the mom, not always the child. So I got to treat both of them. I learned that the hard way. Okay. Acute stress disorder and post-traumatic stress disorder. What's the difference?
The time frame.
Timeline.
You gotta give me more than that. What's the time
The
frame?
acute just is onset, just accurate onset just happens, and
Till how long? So it's 3 days till how long?
3 days to 2 weeks.
3 days to a month.
To a month.
3
Okay,
days to a month. Okay, so we're saying something awful happened, right? You lost your job, COVID hit, any of those things. Acute stress, something just happened. So that month is okay. I mean, that's really okay. That happens. If it continues after a month, then it's post-traumatic stress. Okay, so PTSD,
30 days.
More than 30 days. You got it. Okay. The treatment for PTSD is EMDR. Okay. EMDR is, do I have an expert in the house? Usually I try to explain it and have someone who's already certified in it. Jessica, can you share how it works?
Yeah, EMDR is an phase process. It's dealing with trauma, and it's basically bilateral stimulation. A lot of times you can do eye movements, you could do pulsars, you can do lights back and forth, but it really processes trauma silently rather than traditional talk therapy. And it's much more effective in dealing with trauma than going through a cognitive approach.
So my understanding is, and when you say bilateral, it's because my body really can't process the pain at the same time as doing whatever motion I'm supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So it desensitizes the pain. So the client's supposed to be thinking about, bring the pain up, think about it, while you're still doing then, whether it's the eye movement or anything else, because that, again, that's supposed to kind of trick your brain into thinking that, into having that this pain, this trauma is lessened.
The easier form too, I say it's like a plunger, and the plunger just comes, the trauma just comes out a little bit. So it lessens it significantly. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you very much. Okay. So if you weren't sure what EMDR is and what it's for, now you know. Okay. And that is often a test question. In general, I'm not going to teach you anything that it won't be on the test. My only job is to get you to pass the test. I'm not trying to make you the world's best clinician. I don't do supervision. My only goal is to get you prepared for the test. Oh, we talked about this earlier. Which of the following are correct regarding the concept of malingering? I'm sorry, we take it down. There are two correct answers. I see it in the chat box. So remember, malingering is purposeful. I'm trying to get something out of it. Mary, which one? Give me one of them. That was you, Mary, in California. You're muted. Miss Wilkins, do you hear me?
I'm sorry, I put it in the chat box, B and E.
Okay. Thank you. So B and E.
That's what I chose. No?
Ah, okay. So malingering is experience of physical symptoms without determining cause. There are not often any physical symptoms.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
So they're trying to get disability. Right? So I'm pretending like my back hurts. So I'm getting something out of it. Okay. It is very purposeful and egocentric. I know what I'm doing. Okay. And again, it's faking something for gain.
Okay, so how's it? Gotta check that. Okay.
No, ask me. Go ahead.
Purposeful. Okay.
You good? Okay, we go on. I bet I only picked 10 questions. I did. That's why. Sorry, I only picked 10 questions, so let me just go through a couple more, guys. Just waiting to get the theories and the clinician down, because those are a huge part. That's the main difference between the clinical test and the other tests, right? Knowing the content and knowing the clinical terms. Which of the following most seeks to balance the limits of human existence and the hope for human achievement? And what does that mean?
I have accidental, psychoanalytic, co-relationship traditions, relational. So I'll say human existence, human achievement.
I can tell you it's not B,
Yeah,
right?
it's not
Because
B.
that's, I don't see anywhere about Freud or unconscious.
Yeah.
Psychoanalytic is the long term. Psychodynamic is what we use now because of HMOs, health maintenance organizations. They decide now how many sessions you get because the HMO question is written on the test.
Existence would be, I would say C, co-relational. Oh, that's what I thought.
It's a reading test. It's a reading test.
Is it because it's humanistic because it's like a
It's like it is what it is.
Okay, so existentialism belongs to Viktor Frankl.
Mhm.
So Viktor Frankl and Rollo May are the founders of existentialism. The book is called Logotherapy. That is what the book that Viktor Frankl wrote. And his main theory is, why do I exist? What is my purpose in life? Okay, so that's existentialism. Okay, so, and again, if I had no idea, I knew it wasn't B, and I can read human existence. If I have no idea, word match. They're not trying to trick you. I promise you they're not. Okay? It's a reading test. They're not these evil gods going, let's put this word in there because then we'll know she'll miss it. They're not. I swear they're not. Okay? And the answers are in the stem. They're always there, not necessarily in the recall questions, right? Because recall you have to know. Okay?
So for me, I put human, I knew human existence goes with essential. That's why I kind of, they go into therapy together, right? That's how I came up with my answer. I kind of knew that they don't. I thought human is human.
There's some I got
The
questions
therapists
about.
that do that. That's
Purposeful. I know what I'm doing. Egocentric.
Okay, I'm going to mute everybody, okay, because it's great to talk, but when it's the background noise that makes it crazy for everybody. So again, if you want to answer the question, feel free to unmute yourself. We went over these. Which of the following is most characterized by the fear of social risk? A, B, C, or D? I see an A in the chat box. B, 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 B. Okay, the social risk, that's the key, right? Okay, they do like people, but they're afraid, very much afraid. I'm okay, you're not okay would belong to who? See, systematic desensitization, TA, confrontation, or CBT?
B.
Yes, my transactional analysis, TA. So TA, remember, works with those ego states. That's by Eric Berne. And he said that we had 3 ego states, and the goal was to, oh, trans. There it is, usually pops up, okay. Okay, so I have 3 ego states, a parent, adult, and a child. And the goal is to be able to not come from my childhood state. He said, again, we have those 3 ego states. Let's see what I like. Okay, so we should be coming adult to adult, right? You and I are coming adult to adult. That's how it should happen. If I need someone to help me out, that's a complementary state, right? So my spouse is coming from parent to a childlike state. He's helping me. I'm in a childlike state. That's okay. Crossed, I'm aware of the relationships. These are transactions, the way people talk to each other. Okay, so crossed means I'm coming to you adult to adult. You're treating me like a child, but at least I'm aware of it. Okay, I'm married to a man that was 50 years older than me because that's what I wanted, or that's why I expected. The problem is the ulterior one. He said, that's not okay. Those are the games people play. That's the book he wrote. Okay, and he said, these are dangerous. So when it's a hidden state, right? I think you're treating me like an adult and you're really treating me like a child. And he said it was purposeful. That childlike stage was purposeful. So the goal of TA is to learn to live a scriptless life. to get rid of that childlike script and learn to live the adult life. Okay. Has anyone seen that one on the test? Is TA on my test? Nope. Okay, thank you. Defense mechanism. Which of the following would most likely, which of the following would most be like a person beginning a harsh workout regimen in order to avoid sexual obsession? Which defense mechanism?
B.
B, we said? That's it. Sublimation means I'm finding a more appropriate way to let out that energy or those feelings. That's a Freudian term. Okay. Which of the following lasts more than 1 month but less than 6 months?
Brief, psychotic.
So less than 1 month, but I'm sorry,
Oh,
more
sorry.
than 1 month, but less than 6 months. That's going to be
It's A.
schizophreniform. Okay, remember that. Brief psychotic is from 3 days to 30 days. I've had a brief psychotic episode. I've heard some things, seen some things, really hoping it goes away. Really hoping that. After 6 months, it's schizophreniform, a form of schizophrenia. Okay, still the same thing, the same hallucinations, the same delusions, the same disorganized speech, the exact same things. Okay, then at 6 months, we're going to diagnose you with.
For B?
Is that a question?
Yes, ma'am. I wanted to know the time frame for B.
Okay, I'll repeat it again. Okay. Okay, so brief psychotic, 3 days to 1 month. So it's kind of like an acute thing. It just started. So 3 days, 1 month. That's the acute stress disorder. I'm sorry, brief psychotic disorder. I got a call from the college. My son is dancing naked in the fountain because the guy in his head told him to. Okay. Second one, from 1 month to 6 months, it's schizophreniform, a form of schizophrenia. And the last one is going to be full-blown schizophrenia. That's 6 months and on. Okay. It's diagnosed between the ages of 15 and 45. If you develop it after age 45, the odds of it having again are slim to none. Okay. Again, we talk about the medications that we use. Schizoaffective disorder is going to be a combination of full-blown schizophrenia as well as bipolar. Remember, the word affective means mood. So schizophrenic means I've got schizophrenia as well as a mood disorder. So then I would treat that client with both lithium as well as an antipsychotic, right? So bipolar 1, bipolar 2, both of those I'm going to use. Lithium is most often the answer. In the real world, we're not using lithium anymore. We're using anti-seizures, Tegretol, things like that. Okay. So my unipolar, that's depression. Depression lasts for 2 weeks. Major depression is 2 weeks, can't get out of bed, suicidal thoughts, don't bathe, eat, undereat, don't eat, overeat. That's major depression, 2 weeks, that's all it takes, okay? So then in order to have bipolar 1, I got that 2 weeks of depression. It goes all the way up to a full manic episode. What you might see on a question is a client is hospitalized because they're suicidal. They give them medication. They stop the medication. The client keeps going up and up and up and up and up. Full-blown manic attack, okay? 5 to 7 days, most often ending in a hospitalization or sometimes arrest, right? Now, the bipolar 2, same thing. I've got that depression, but I never reach the full-blown manic stage. Hypo, H-Y-P-O, means less. H-Y-P-R means more. So a hypomanic stage is less, 4 days or less. The client may not even, people around you might not even know. Okay. And then cyclothymia, you see that's got more of the highs. So it's not quite the what I need to make hypothymic, right? Bipolar 2, it's not quite there, but it's more high than lows and not normal, not average. So cyclothymia is 2 years in adults, 1 year in children. Okay. The thing that's called dysthymia, the persistent depressive disorder, same thing. 2 years in adults, 1 year in kids. Okay, so persistent depressive disorder used to be called dysthymia, if you see that in the old study guides. And so both of those are 2 years in adults, 1 year in children. Okay, what I was saying before is lithium has always been the answer of choice for this answer. However, if you do not see lithium on the test, you're looking for a Depakote or Tegretol, one of my anti-seizures. Okay, an anti-seizure is safer. With lithium, you know, it's kind of like, you know, swallowing lithium batteries, right? It's unhealthy. It's toxic. People who take lithium have to have that blood work done. Okay, so that's one of the reasons we're switching in the real world. On the test, some study guides I see the lithium. Some guys I still see the Depakote or the Tegretol. So if lithium is not there, you're going for the anti-seizure.
Dr. Pam, I have a
Yes.
question. I have a hard time trying to distinguish the difference between cyclothymia and dysthymia.
Okay.
Like how?
Dysthymia has more lows. Okay. So I like this picture because it's called persistent depressive disorder, right? Like this one. So for people with PDD, life is just always hard. It doesn't meet the full criteria for major depression, right? But it's like it's just always hard. It's always hard. So my cyclothymics are going to be more up than down. Dysthymics are more down than up. Okay. Did that help?
Yes, thank you.
Which of the following are consistent with the diagnosis of histrionic personality? We talked about that earlier. There are 3 correct questions, 3 correct answers. My histrionics.
E.
C. D.
How does Jessica Rabbit dress?
A.
There we go. Again, not promiscuous, but definitely they're using my sexuality to, you know, histrionic. Okay, again, narcissist, we talked about that one. Which one is true?
C.
Low self-esteem. You got it. You got it. Okie dokie. I'm going to go back and I'm going to pick up another pocket prep and cover some of those community questions. So again, macro practice is the exact same thing as indirect practice. Macro just means I'm trying to help the not just the client. So direct practice is working just with the client. Okay. So community organization, there are 4 levels. So the first one is going to be locality development. Okay. So locality development is what I'm going to see in the question is that there is one community. Right? They're already on the same page. They've reached consensus. The word we'll look for is homogeneous, right? Homogeneous means alike. Heterogeneous means different. Homosexual means I like the person of the same sex. Heterosexual means I like the person of the other sex, right? Okay, so locality development, everybody in the community is already on the same page, and all they want is to try to come together to get a change. It's NIMBY, right? We don't want that playground in our backyard, right? So they're coming together as a group, and your goal is to support them with the goal that they're trying to get done. Okay. Then if it's so that's a local group. So then if it's a social issue, then I'm going to use social planning, social action, social reform. And it's a reading test, okay? So it's going to tell me whether they're doing something or not. Social planning is they're doing strategies or gathering information. The example I use is, the Black Lives Matters when we were going through the George Floyd. Did that just happen? Did we just wake up one day and it was there? No, there was a lot of planning behind the scenes. You had to get like a zoning, a certificate to do that. You had to get an artist. You had to get like permission and someone to stop the traffic. All those plans we didn't see. Okay, so that's the planning method. The action, you're going to do something. You're picketing. You're doing a tenant strike, right? You're doing something. And of course, what we want of those is social reform. Okay, and those of you that hate community, and especially if you are brown or black, that's a problem, because community is how changes have happened forever, right? That's the power in the people, power in the community. So the laws weren't always there, right? So it really was community that made the change happen. Even now, so my LGBTQIA population, right? That's a really huge conversation right now. Did the laws change or something? No, at a grassroots areas, members of the community decided that we're going to make a voice, right? We want some change. We want some reform. So that's what it looks like, starting at the community level, the grassroots level at the bottom, and then going up. Okay. Again, remember in social, I work for the agents. I work for the community. They are my client. Like any other client, I don't tell them what to do. When I first get there, I'm going to gather more information. I'm going to assess. There are 4 steps. Now, these are 4 models. There are also 4 steps of community involvement, community development. Okay. The first one is orientation, right? I don't live in the community. I probably don't look like the people that live in the community. So I've got to orientate myself to them, right? Here I am. I'm Dr. Pam. They called me in. Somebody else called me in to do this, blah, blah, blah. I'm here to help you. And there's going to be conflict. That's the next stage. Somebody's like, why'd y'all call her? We don't need her. Wow, we can do this by ourselves. Why we decide this, right? Conflict. Natural, natural, natural. Then they'll emerge. They'll come together as a group with a decision. Again, I'm facilitating, right? I don't have a dog in this fight. So then we're going to look at social reform, and that's then we're going to look at reinforcement. So it's conflict, orientation, conflict, emerge, come together, and then go out and reinforce it. So those are the 4 steps in community. Okay. So looking back up, so the steps to community organizations, I have not seen these have knowing the steps in order. Have you seen those steps in order on the test? So what I suggest is you read the question, okay, and always, this is not your fight. You don't live here. I need to know who the key players are. When I'm coming in, I'm trying to make sure so any form of social work, right? I'm coming in, I'm looking for termination. So when I'm looking for the key leaders, those are the indigenous leaders, people that live there that will continue this after I leave, right? So I'm starting from the beginning, working my way out. So identify the key leaders so I know who the movers and shakers are in the community. Okay. Then we're going to assess the needs. Okay. So what do we need? Okay. And then everything else I think you can figure out, right? Goals, action. Okay. So again, you'll get this. So if you want to memorize them, I usually think that if you follow that, identifying the key members and you assess, that's usually what we're looking for in the question. Okay, but if you've seen more, then make sure that you know those. Okay. Community development overall, when I gave you the 4 steps, okay, the goals are, it's aimed at social justice. So we're always working for the marginalized, the brown, the black, the poor, the LGBTQI plus community. That's who we're working for. And the problem is there's not enough, the resources are not shared equally. When we come in, it's because the people in the poor section of the area, right? They're not getting the same schools that these people are getting just because they live on this side of the track. That's not fair, right? Social justice is one of our code of ethics. So we're trying to reallocate the resources, okay? So if we're all paying the same number of taxes, we should all get the same services. And what happens in communities when we're called in is the powerful, the rich, the wealthy, the old money, they've been running the community for so long, and the minority of people aren't being heard. And our goal is to fight for that minority of people to be heard. Okay? So program development is if we decide we need to start a new program in this community or any place else. Okay, this is how I develop a program. So this may be in a community or maybe in the administrative type, how you develop a program. Okay, first thing I'm going to do, a needs assessment. It's a lot like the social work model, problem solving model, because remember the community is just my client. First, I'm going to assess, going to plan with the team, right? We're going to implement it. That's the intervention. Then we're going to evaluate. The exact same stages that we do in any problem solving method, just with the community, because the community is my client. We good? Am I demystifying some of those things that were so scary? No. Okay. Okay. Some other terms that you need to know. So policy management. That's part of what happens when you're in the program or you're the program director. Remember, in being the supervisor or the program director, we're always going to go up the chain of command. Always, always, always. Okay. So a client has a problem. The client is a therapist has a problem with a client. They go to their supervisor. They go up the chain of command. We don't go up to the CEO and then come back down. We go up the chain of command. So part of what I'm supposed to do is making sure that everybody knows the policy. Okay. I'm trying to look at the activities that provide direct services, program approach, time limited. Again, I haven't seen a lot of those on the test about the approaches. Okay. Social policy analysis. So I mentioned that earlier. So this is not so this can be the summative, right? Because that's the end of the program. So I'm looking at this is at the end. Okay. Identify the problem, generate alternatives, assess benefits of alternatives, choose the best one, implement and evaluate. What other theory has these same steps? The ethical decision-making process. Exact same steps.
Can you say that again?
I will pull it up. I'm making sure I have a newer one because the older ones had 6 supervision and we don't do that anymore. Okay, so that's usually a test question. We do not need supervision or supervisor for that one. We very rarely need a supervisor for anything. The only time you go to supervision as a rule is if I'm new, right? Or I am new, I'm a student, or counter transference is getting in the way. Okay, I got feelings for my clients, good, bad, or whatever. If those are getting in the way, that's when I seek supervision. Okay, so I was going back to my policy. I apologize. Okay, you probably can't see it, but I'm afraid if I pull it up, we'll have to go through the slide. Okay, so the ethical decision, the same thing as that community evaluation. I'm going to say, what are the facts? Gather the information. What are the ethical codes I should look at? Then I'm going to look at which code we may be violating. Okay. I'm going to make a decision. Then I'm going to, so it says consult with agency, policy, licensure, legal requirements, standard of practice, okay? But not your supervisor. Then we're going to look at any other factors. We're going to make a decision. We're going to come back and weigh the decision. Those are exact same steps that you're going to use in this policy here, this question. Oops. Get on that one. Okay. Exact same steps. Identify the problem. Okay. Look at the alternatives. So in the ethical decision making, I'm looking at the code of ethics, right? Which code of ethics should I, which code of ethics might this violate? Then I'm going to look at the alternatives, right? I can do this and this and this, make a choice. I'm going to implement my choice, okay? And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to evaluate to see if I made the right choice, okay? Same thing as the ethical decision-making process. Right? Not that hard. Well, Keish, you've got this look on your face like, oh no, that can't be true.
I don't like the.
Why not?
It's one of my weakness part of the exam. The community.
Because you're just afraid of it, right? The community is what you do anyway. It's just on a broader scale. Okay, so you're still going to assess, right? But this time I have all my stakeholders. I don't make the decision. I never make a decision anyway, right? When I'm planning, we plan with the client. I don't ever make a decision, ever. Okay, so the steps of change, okay, and you might see that. So these are sometimes the change. Analyze the problem, develop a hypothesis, identify potential strategies, select an approach, build support. Okay, sounds like any other problem-solving method that we've always used. The terms that you might see, okay, so co-optation. I'm sure you've seen many definitions, oh my gosh. What it means is cooperation between two social work agencies. The goal is to decrease the census, decrease the fighting between the two agencies. So what it may look like on the test is there are two agencies on the block, a bigger one and a smaller one, right? The bigger one keeps getting all the resources. There's a limited amount of resources, right? A limited amount of resources. We all know that in social work. So the big one is keeps getting them, right? And they're kind of running the small one out of business. And like, we don't want to do that, right? We want to work with the smaller one. So what we're going to do is co-optation is, let's say it's a bid coming up. I'm going to bid, larger company, but then I'll let the smaller agency do part of that bid, right? When I say bid, I mean like a contract, right? So a grant, ringing a bell, like, so a grant's coming in, and you know, if you have a grant, it says you're looking for an agency to do this and this and this. So you can bid on that. That's what term means, bid on the grant. Okay, and then the larger agency is just trying not to eliminate or have a bad experience with the smaller agency. And the smaller agency doesn't want to keep going for those grants because they're tapping out their resources, right? They don't have a lot of resources. So the goal is that we can cooperate. So it's cooperation between two social work agencies. Okay. When it comes to those social action models, remember Sal Alinsky? Sal Alinsky. We learned him way back in graduate school, undergrad maybe. He's the one that talked about that it was okay for social workers to fight, right? We didn't have to be passive and lay down. So that's when it comes to community action where that theory comes in. So some of those terms, right? We're going to do the contest. We're contesting that. We can do bargaining, negotiation. We can do collective action. We can do a class action lawsuit. All of those things are things that we might do in a social action because we're looking for social reform. Okay. Program evaluation, okay, again. So program evaluation, again, most often that's going to be at the end, the summative of the program. There's always a question on there that talks about you're trying to evaluate your program. Which research style should you use? You seen that question? You know what the answer is? Quasi experimental. Okay. A true experiment has two, like I've got 100 people, right? I'm going to put them randomly into groups. You're A, you're B, you're A, you're B, you're A, you're B, right? Randomly. The control group gets nothing or the placebo. The experimental group gets the drug. At the end, I'm going to see if it worked or not, right? True experiment, true experiment. I cannot do that with my clients. If you've been coming in every week getting your Prozac, I can't suddenly put you on a placebo and you not know. That's unethical. So a quasi is not randomized. That's what you're looking for. It is not randomized. So people come in my office and I say, hey, we're trying this new product or this new medication. We're trying to see how it works. Would you like to try it? So I know who's on it and who doesn't, who's not on it. Right? So that's what makes it quasi, because it's not randomized. Quasi just means like almost an experiment. Okay. So, and again, my stakeholders, what am I going to evaluate on? And you should know what you're evaluating on in the beginning, whether that is a supervisory question or an agency question. We should all know what we're being evaluated for in the beginning, right? Okay. Then I'm going to look at the design, collect the data, and again, make recommendations to improve the program. Okay. Board of directors, I get so tired of this. They do not give money. They do not give money, right? I'm on a lot of boards. I don't be writing checks. No. The board of directors hire and fire the CEOs. Okay, they're the top. So if we've got a director of an agency, she needs to have someone to answer to, and that's her board. Okay, so will they help with finances? Sure. Any of you work for a nonprofit and you have those fundraisers like twice a year? We're social workers, right? We're poor. We have fundraisers. Okay, you know, the board of directors are there. They bring all their friends over. Come on, we got a fundraiser. Bring some money over. Bring some money over, because I'm on their board too. And when that agency does their fundraiser, I'm expected to help them too. So my buddies help me, and we help them. Okay, so when it means finances, I'm not writing a check. I may write a check, but not like $1 million. Okay. So then any kind of policy, any kind of change in policy, that goes before the board of directors. Any kind of change in budget, financially budget. So I was on the board of directors of a local agency and they were bankrupt. They were really like had no money. And that was the issue. So the board, we're meeting like, you know, usually boards meet twice a year. But when there's an issue, we meet more often. So we were meeting at this point like every 2 weeks, trying to figure out how to keep this agency from sinking. We had some really good fundraisers, did all this stuff, but it still sank. But that was the legal responsibility, because the board really is supposed to make sure the agency keeps afloat. And again, that's not by writing a check. That's by maybe cutting some programs, maybe by cutting staff, whatever we need to do to help the agency stay afloat. Okay, so you would never go directly to the board. So if you have a problem with a worker, right, you're going to go then to their supervisor. You would go to the board if you've already gone to the supervisor and now somebody on top is having an issue. I would go to the board then. If I'm working with the CEO or the clinical director, okay, and they're not doing what I think they should be doing, they're causing harm to the agency, then I would go to the board, not the board of directors, not the director of the board, just the board. I may present this information. I may share this information with the board. Okay, but don't do that before you tell your boss. The question is going to be something like, go to the board and tell your supervisor that you went to the board. Okay, because we're not going to do that without going up. We're going to go off the chain of command. These terms when it comes to budgeting, line item, you'll see that all the time. The line item means it has to stay in the line. Okay, when you remember when we had checkbooks a long time ago, remember? You had to put line. Okay, so your line is what you can spend it on. In this line is my mortgage payment. I cannot move it up or down because I got to pay the mortgage, right? In an agency, so my line might have personnel. That's what that money is for. If I can't hire anybody, then that money goes back. It's absorbed back in the company. I can't use it anyplace else. That is just on that line. Now, when it comes to zero-based, that is what my bank account looks on some days. It really means we have no money. So zero-based can mean at the end of a fiscal year, right? Your agency ends at a fiscal year and the new year hasn't started, so you haven't gotten your budget for the new year yet. So for a month or so, 6 weeks, you may have no budget. But in agencies, you know this is going to happen, right? It cuts off every year, so you stock up for it, okay? It also can be using that I am starting a grant. It's my first time, and I'm really waiting for the grant money to come in. Remember, grant money is soft money, can always depend on it. So my grant money, I'm waiting to come in, okay? And then when it happens, I'm no longer zero-based budget. Okay, so that's my zero-based until my grant money comes in. When it comes to grants, there are 2 types of grants. There are categorical and there are block grants. Okay, we all prefer block grants. Block grants are like the loaf of Velveeta, right? And they tell you to go feed the people with this block of cheese. And your agency happens to be friends with the bread company. So for your agency, you make a deal with the bread company and like we're feeding people. Yay, we got this. Categorical grant tells you exactly how you have to do it. Okay, categorical grant says that I need the old people to have macaroni and cheese. I need the young people to have grilled cheese. I need these people to have cheese eggs, whatever, right? But it's very much you got to follow the rules. Okay, and when it comes down to a grant anyway, you might see requests for proposal and RFP. You might see a request for grant, any of those terms. The first thing I'm going to do is read the grant. Okay, so I'm not going to go to my agency. I'm not going to make sure we qualify. In the real world, there's nothing wrong with spending hours and hours and hours thinking you get a grant and go back and read it later and say, oh, we don't qualify. Okay, so always, always, always read that first. Okay, that's the answer to that one. Okay. What else do you want me to cover? Administration, I talked about that before. Let me just kind of mention that. So with administration, there are only 3 roles that you play if you're a supervisor. Okay, you're the administrator, teaching people how to run the office, like the rules of the office. Here's what we do. Here's what we don't do. That's what that looks like. Then I can be supportive. Supportive is helping the supervisee with the client. Okay, I'm not trying to be his therapist. I can't be his therapist. I can't send him to therapy. I'm supportive of him, but it's based on the client. And the third one is education. My job as a supervisor to educate, right, the supervisees. 3 roles. Those are my only 3 roles. And that's what I'm going to tell you. You very rarely seek supervision. Okay? You are the best social worker.
What was
best
the
social
one?
worker. Yeah. The 4th one is education. There's 3.
The first
Education.
one?
Administrative.
Okay.
And then supportive. And then educational. Those are the only 3 roles a supervisor would play. The supervisee role very much mimics the client role, the client therapist role, right? So those 2 things mimic. So I can have countertransference with my boss, right? I really can, because it mimics the exact same role that the client and the supervisor play, the client and the worker play. Okay. There's a term called parallel process. What does that mean? Parallel process means me and the client or me and the supervisor are going through the same thing at the same time. Okay, but it's not countertransference. It's not feelings. I'm going through a divorce. My supervisor is going through a divorce. It's just that these 2 people are going through the same process at the same time. That's all that means, parallel process. Okay. I'm going to pull up questions again. So tell me anything that I didn't cover that you've been dying to know.
Dr. Pam, if we can discuss the co-occurrent, and if there is a list of that, I mean, if any resources.
Co-occurrent just means I have a mental health issue and a substance abuse issue at the same time.
Okay.
Okay, that's all that means. Okay, so we can have what I'm using, comorbidity. So we can have comorbidity means it happens at the same time. Okay, so that doesn't necessarily mean drug and alcohol. That can mean two mental illnesses at the same time. That's comorbidity. Okay, so we can have like pre-morbidity, right? Because this happened before, or post-morbid, because after the illness, then this happened afterwards. Okay, but any two illnesses, you can have comorbidity. Okay, but when it's the drug and alcohol, that's about drug and alcohol, that is the term that you were using. So those two substances happen at the same time. We used to believe for a very long time that we had to get clients clean first, but we don't do that anymore. We now treat them both at the same time. Okay, and when you see those questions on there, we don't treat. So that is a rule. We are not trained to be the substance abuse person. However, if the client comes in and I think they're drunk, okay, I'm going to tell them I can't treat them because they're drunk, right? I'm not going to refer them anyplace else yet. I don't know if they have a problem. I just know they show up at my office drunk. I cannot assess, right? If a schizophrenic shows up in a full-blown episode, I can't assess, right? So anybody that's not capable of making decisions, I can't assess. I can send them away, okay? If it says that he comes in and he's been drinking, but he's still coherent and he can still talk and understand, then I'm gonna talk to him about it, right? I'm not gonna ignore that. Again, it depends on this is the first time it happened. I'm not gonna refer him out yet. I don't know that he has a problem. We refer people that have an addiction, a problem. If we're not sure, we still assess first. Okay, so we're going to assess before we do anything else. Because sometimes I'll see a question, Bobby comes in and he reeks of alcohol, and you'll refer him. I need to assess him first, right? Follow my codes, follow my steps. I've got to assess him.
I have a quick question.
Mm-hmm.
So on one of the practice exams, I think it was from the boards, the question was that somebody disclosed that they had an issue with alcohol. They drank alcohol every night, but they were not ready or resistant to treatment. And the correct answer was to explore the
what theory is that?
What stage of change they're in?
What theory is that? That's the trans-theoretical model. Oh, yes, you should know that, okay? And that was the goal, because it talks about pre-contemplation, contemplation. That's the trans-theoretical model.
So we would still be able to, we would be answering to continue to be assessing their stage of change. We wouldn't just not take care of them because they're not ready.
So the goal of motivational interviewing is between pre-contemplation and contemplation, because contemplation is ambivalence. They're not sure. So our goal using MI, motivational interviewing, is to get them to get from contemplation to make a decision. Okay? So most often the question is looking at, do you know these stages? That's a trans-theoretical model. It's not asking you whether or not you treat. It's asking you, do you know these stages? Okay? Pre-contemplation, I don't have a problem at all. Not a clue, not a clue, not a clue. Okay, I use this theory because most of it was written for alcohol and drug users, but most of my girls have had an issue with weight loss. I know you guys are all perfect, but in my circle, we all had an issue. Okay, so with weight loss, pre-contemplation is, I don't have an idea. My girlfriend says, Pam, you shouldn't be wearing them jeans anymore. I'm like, what are you talking about? They look great. They must have shrunk in the dryer. It ain't me, I'm fine. Not a clue, not a clue, right? Then the contemplation state comes in. I'm laying on my bed trying to zip up my favorite pair of jeans. Oh God, maybe she's right, right? So now I've got, yeah, it's a problem. I'm contemplating whether or not I'm going to do something. I've recognized it's a problem. Then I'm going to plan, right? I'm going to go to Weight Watchers. I'm going to call the gyms if they have a deal. I'm going to, eat salads every day the next week, whatever my plan is, right? Then I'm going to act. So on Monday morning, I've got my salads made. I meal prepped, right? I'm great. I got my little salad, little chicken on the side, 250 calories, 3 meals. I'm good. I am so good, right? We're in action stage. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday. Somebody brings pizzas to the office. Okay. So the goal is either I'm going to maintain or relapse. I'm probably going to relapse. Okay. So my diet is gone. But once I relapse, I can't go back to pre-contemplation or contemplation. Now I know I have a problem. So I can't go back there. Where I will go, though, is preparation and action. So I may do a different preparation. I may do a different action. Okay? So that's the trans-theoretical model. And motivational interviewing, MI, comes in right here. So if someone, they're contemplating, right? They're assessing where they're at. Okay? And that's we're trying to help them get over that hump. Okay? Does that make sense?
It
Okay.
does. I think that's why I need to just be more loose with the rules of things, because I was thinking I had answered refer them out to substance abuse treatment, but in the question it said they were not ready to change. They were resistant to that. But I'm like, no, but we have to do that first. That's what we do. We're not supposed to treat,
It's
that.
a
So
reading test. It's a reading test. If they're asking you what stage of change it is, that's where I'm going back and look at a stage of change. Get rid of your oughts and shots, oughts and should haves. It's a reading test. It's a reading test. Okay? We're going to go to the question. We're going to eliminate two. I'm going to prove it in the question. It is a reading test. Okay? Okay, I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint.
What else do you need to know about substance use disorders?
You need to know the major ones, like, the opioids, like heroin, my opioids. You need to know that Ritalin is a stimulant. You need to know what else? Someone else was taking the test. What else would you find?
The alcohol for like Wernicke's syndrome. That one I saw on the test twice.
Wernicke's syndrome, or it's also called
Korsakoff or something.
Yes, it's Wernicke's aphasia or Korsakoff's disease. Okay, that is permanent brain damage from your use of alcohol. The Wernicke's part of your brain is where memory is stored. So the aphasia part means now you don't have that; it's gone. It looks like dementia. Okay, but it's due to the alcohol, and it is irreversible. The Korsakoff's really is just about looking at knowing what it is. Also, they're drinking alcohol, so that's what that means. Okay, I'm going to run through my PowerPoint really quick because I think it probably covers everything that I didn't cover. I can just find what I did with it. Not that one. Okay, give me like 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta run to the restroom, make sure my doggies are okay. Okay. I am going through, run through my PowerPoint. I've covered most things in it already. I'm going to run through it though. And again, after I finish that, and there's things we still haven't covered, let me know. Okay. So you'll, like, if you came late, remember you have to put your name. You have to put a request in the chat box. I'm sorry. You have to request the video and the material that we used today. So send an email to drpam2020@gmail.com. It's in the chat box, Dr. Pam. It's drpam2020@gmail.com. You've probably met Prudence. She is the brains behind my operation, and she will get it out hopefully today. Okay, dokie. So let me see here, anything else? If you're not watching my free videos, remember I do have a YouTube channel. So that is our, well, let me pull it up. So if you haven't been here, do you see my screen? Yeah. Okay, so this is our website. Okay, so if you ever want to, if you probably brought your thing through this, the services, but no, if you look under the follow us tab, that you're going to make sure that you get the link to the Facebook group if you're not on that, and also the link to the YouTube. I suggest that you watch both the NCE and the social work ones, just because the NCE is very heavy in theory and diagnosis, right? So that's, and then the human development people are both the same. They're exactly the same. Okay, so I suggest that you watch those over and over and over and over again. I think that you should be able to know verbatim what I'm going to say next. Okay, that's how well you need to know the information to pass. You have to be able to explain it to a 6-year-old. Okay.
Dr. Pam, will we be going through the questions listed in the chat box by chance?
You know what? I didn't see them. So if I don't cover them, remind me.
Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Again, so I went over this. This is our agency. Okay. And when we're talking about this, remember safety first, safety, 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 safety. I cannot tell you enough, safety first. Okay. That's the planning method we talked about. Assess, assess, assess before we intervene. Okay. The overall, the test of how it works. Those are the things that are on this video. I might have covered them all, but they're in this this PowerPoint that you'll get. Talks about how the test is divided up. Okay, it's pretty equal across the categories. Okay, human development is 24%. Most of my students really, really, really don't do well in human development. Okay, if you look back at yours, your testing before, that's because you don't know your theorist. Okay. Some of the disorders, DSM, the neurodevelopmental disorders, right? That means that we're happening as we are born. Neurodevelopmental, they happened in childhood or where we're born. Neurocognitive are ones that happen in older lifehood, older as we get older. Dementia, right? That's neurocognitive. Neurodevelopmental are the ones that may happen in utero or when we're children. The spectrum disorder, there's no treatment for autism, no treatment. We treat the symptoms, okay? So if they have problems with social skills, a problem with making eye contact, a problem with making changes, we treat it behaviorally and we're treating the symptoms. Those are like the ADHD and the diagnostic, what it takes to have been labeled. Remember with ADHD, when you're reading those questions, the time we'll refer to a psychologist is if we think there is a learning disability. That's the only time. So if a kid is really smart in the question, it says he's really smart but doesn't turn his homework in and happens to mention that he also can't sit still, we're going to assess for a learning disability, not for ADHD. Okay, so ADHD kids are really smart. They often do very well. Okay. So in the question, really, really careful, because if it's more on the behavior, that's ADHD. If it mentions the learning, the difference between learning and performing, okay, that's a learning disability, learning difference. Schizophrenia, we talked about that a bit, the positive and the negative. The positive are things that are added that should not be there. The negative are things that are taken away. Okay, so hallucinations and delusions should not be there, right? So remember, positive is not good or bad, it's adding or taking away. Okay. Those are the times we went over of a schizophrenic. Talk about schizophrenia, the symptoms. Okay, again, the negative. Catatonia, those are the people that stay in one spot forever, they don't move. It's pretty cool if you've ever seen it. They'll really stay an important and a part. Usually you get one of these A questions on the test, okay? So there are the fives or the signs of dementia or signs of stroke, but most often you're going to get one of these, okay? Amnesia, can't remember. Aphasia, I always remember you can't recognize phrases. Agnosia, you can't remember the name for certain items. PRO, propagnosia, means I can't remember people. So agnostic is the items, prop is the people, the PRO in front of it. Apraxia, okay, so this is how I remember apraxia. Ataxia is your large motor skills, right? You're running, things like that. So ataxia means I can't catch a taxi. That's how I remember ataxia. Now, praxia is smaller movements then, okay? I forget how to pick up a fork, okay? So those are my fine motor skills. Ataxia, can't catch a taxi. And then apraxia are my fine motor skills. So we usually see one of those A questions on there. Look familiar? Usually get one of them. I'll keep talking and nod your head, but usually get one of them, okay? So be sure you know that. We went over bipolar 1 and bipolar 2. Cyclothymia, did all those. Persistent depressive disorder, anxiety disorders. OCD, went over those. Body dysmorphic disorder, you're looking for the question is the person doesn't like the way they look. Okay, that's what Michael Jackson had. He kept having all the surgery. So body dysmorphic is I have a very skewed look at my body. Not necessarily just my face, my whole body. Okay. Hoarding disorder is an anxiety disorder. So again, with any affective disorder, we're going to use CBT and medication. All mood disorders, all affective disorders, AFF, CBT, medication. That's the rule. Post-traumatic stress, talk about that. Somatoform symptoms, feeding and eating disorders. You know, pica is anytime you eat anything but food. Pica is found more often in people with lower IQs. Okay, so people with learning difficulties, that's where you'll see pica. My bulimics, remember, they will eat, and they will expunge it, either by throwing up or you might see them over-exercising. Again, in details. These are the class of drugs. So caffeine addiction is caffeine addiction is under consideration. Okay, so caffeine use is okay, but caffeine addiction is under consideration for the new DSM. Okay, so alcohol use, cannabis, that's pot, hallucinogens, inhalants, opioids, all of those things. My opioids, the treatment for that is going to be what? Anybody? Anybody work at a meth clinic? Methadone clinic?
Suboxone or?
Gotcha. Suboxone or
Methadone.
methadone, okay? So that is the treatment for opioids. So that's heroin, that's hydrocodone, any of those pain medicines. That's what that is used for, okay? Narcan, you might see that. Narcan is the spray or the medicine you use. It stops it immediately, okay? So the Suboxone and the meth, those are still addictive drugs. However, they're a safer addiction than using heroin. Okay. You will not die from opioid withdrawal. The question might say get them to the hospital because it's the worst feeling ever. I heard it's like the nastiest flu, like you could die. Like you want to crawl outside of your skin, but you will not die. Okay, a lot of people go cold turkey. A lot of people end up in jail going cold turkey, so you won't die. But as a niceness, you probably should call the doctor or call the hospital for the person because it's miserable. But you can die from alcohol withdrawal. Those are my DTs, right? The delirium tremors. That you can die, but it's also not a 911 call. If a client comes in and they're presenting with the shakes, they've been drinking for a long time, I'm not going to refer them out. I'm going to suggest they see a doctor. I'm going to tell them it's important they see a doctor, but it's on a 911 call, okay? Harm reduction. So when I talked about Suboxone, those are harm reduction methods. The goal of harm reduction is not that people will be clean. We're not looking for abstinence. Harm reduction teaches people to use safely. Harm reduction lines up with the social worker value of client self-determination. Okay, lots of pros and cons. I'm not going to fight the fight. I'm going to tell you what it is. Okay, so DUI classes are harm reduction. It doesn't say don't drink. It says don't drink and drive. It teaches you to get a designated driver, right? It doesn't say don't drink. That's a harm reduction method. Okay, so if you see a question about little Sally Sue and her kids are in foster care and she's got her kids and she has a case manager and she wants to go out and eat and drink and get high with her friends, the case manager is going to say, fine, let's get you a babysitter and let's get you a ride home. We're not going to tell her she can't. We're going to make sure she's safe. That is harm reduction. Alzheimer's, personality disorders we talked about. Clusters we talked about. Paraphilic disorders, that's any kind of, paraphilic just means a sex disorder. Okay, so pedophilia is a paraphilic disorder. There's no treatment for pedophilia, remember? So wait, let me clarify with that one. Okay, so with pedophilia, if you see in the question that the client is 17 and she tells you that when she was 13, her dad molested her, I report that. Okay? She's still a minor, I report that. If she is 19 and tells me her dad abused her when she was 13, I do not report that. Okay? She's an adult now. I can help her call the police if she chooses to. But again, we don't convince anybody of anything. Okay? So she's got that right, but I cannot make that call. If she's 19 and she leaves, tells you that her dad molested her when she was 7, and she drops her baby off with the dad still, that I'm reporting. Okay? Pedophilia is one of the things that there's not a cure for. We use some of the chemical castration, things like that. But pedophilia being a pedophile is the only crime that for the rest of your life, you're charged, right? You're always going to be labeled a pedophile. If you rob a bank, you can still live near banks, right? If you're not a child, you cannot. So just know that, and when to report and when not to report. When it comes to adults, okay, so you might see a question about a older adult and she's in a nursing home. Okay, if I see an older adult and it's a nursing home or residential facility and I think she's bruised, she was touched sexually, anything like that, I contact the ombudsman, ombudsperson. It'll most often say contact the appropriate legal authorities. Okay, that's the ombudsperson. That's the person that works for the state. Their goal is to make sure that those things don't happen in nursing homes, right? Or any kind of residential facility. That's their job. If that same kind of opportunity, they're at home, right, and just living with the grandkids, then I'm going to call Adult Protective Services. Okay. The difference between Child Protective Services and Adult Protective Services is adults have say-so. So if one son calls in and says they're taking grandma's money, right? That's financial exploitation. They're taking grandma's money. We go out there and grandma's in her right mind, right? And she says, yeah, I know he's a user, but I keep giving him money. Okay, grandma has the right to make that choice. So Adult Protective Services is a little bit different than Child Protective Services. But financial exploitation, lack of self-care, Those are two things that you'll see with adults, with adult protective services. Okay. A person who has learning difficulties. Okay. It's a reading test. If it says that the person has learning difficulties and a guardian, right? Then we're going to report that to Adult Protective Services. Okay? We're going to go through the guardian probably, but we're going to refer that because that person cannot make their own decision because it says they have a guardian. Okay. If it says a person has developmental delays and she is being molested by her uncle, I can't report that. If it doesn't say that she is a ward of the state or that she has a guardian, I can't do anything about that. I can hope that she calls the police. I can help her call the police, but I cannot report that. Okay? So just some things that we know about reporting and not reporting. Anytime they don't have access to their money, that's a big old clue that it's going to be financial exploitation. There's a question about a wife and her husband has Alzheimer's, and when she leaves, she straps him down to the bed. You got to report that, okay? Sorry, but you got to report that. That's not okay. When it comes to adult sexual behavior, also, sexual behavior does not change. If grandma was hot when she was 20, she's going to be hot when she's 60, 70, 80, and she can have sex, okay? She can get a Craigslist booty call and the nursing home, as long as she's getting her right decision, her right mind, and I would say, capable of making her own decisions, then we give her a private room, put do not disturb, and let her do her thing. Okay. Any of these you don't know? S&M, that's pain and liking pain, giving pain. Exhibitionist is liking people watching, making sure I'm having sex so people can watch. The fetishistic disorder is anything that's not human. That's plastic, that's shoes, that's whatever, anything that's not human. And the frauderistic disorder, that's when you ride the train and people rub up against you and get off by rubbing up against you on the train. Okay. You usually get one or two of those, so no paraphilic disorders. Rumination disorder. So rumination disorder has two meanings. When it comes to obsessions, obsessions are my thoughts, right? Over and over and over again, I obsess about things. That's obsessions. Compulsions are the act. So rumination disorder can mean that I have got this, I'm ruminating over a thought. Okay, that can mean that. It also can be an eating disorder. So rumination is when people put food in their mouth and they can't swallow. So they chew and chew and chew and either spit it back out in their hand and put it in, or kind of semi-swallow it and bring it back up. Okay, so that's an eating disorder as well. So you might see that in both places. Enuresis, encopresis. Cope is poop, right? Poop. Enuresis is pee. I don't diagnose either one of those until they are 5. Okay. According to normal human development, we are not worried until children are 4 with potty training. We're not worried. Okay. They should be potty trained by 3, right? That's what we're looking for. Not 2, because your mama said 2, but that's not true for the test. 3, that's when we think they should be potty trained. We're not worried until they're 4. Okay. And then at 5, we're diagnosing them. Rett syndrome, you won't see anymore. Rett syndrome used to be, you won't see it. It's not on the test anymore. DABDA, you know those, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, acceptance. Kubler-Ross. Kubler-Ross said we go through all of these stages, maybe in different orders, but we all get to acceptance. That is not what new research says. Okay, so and most on the test, I've still seen this. New research says that we don't all get to acceptance. Okay, so if you see that is true. I don't know if it's made the test yet, but we don't always get to acceptance.
Can I ask a question about the pica? And I forgot the name of the other disorder. So one is the pica is you're swallowing it. The other one you're just chewing on it, but you don't swallow it. But you're still ingesting the. Let's say someone's chewing on toilet paper. You're still ingesting the.
Okay.
You know.
Let's clarify. Pica is anything but food. Toilet paper, ice, laundry detergent, anything but food. Okay. Rumination disorder is food. Most often the people have a texture thing, and it's a thing in their head that they can't swallow. So they'll chew it. It's really gross. I had a Girl Scout. I was a Girl Scout leader back then. I had a Girl Scout. Oh my gosh. So she had a thing with eggs, and every time she kept eating the eggs. So she would she'd take a bite of eggs, she'd chew it. She would go in her hand and put it back in her mouth and keep chewing. There's some YouTube videos if you want to watch that. Okay, so we used to think it only happened in children. Now we know it happens in adults as well. So that is an eating disorder, but that is not the same as pica. Pica is you don't eat any pica is anything but food. Did I clarify that? Okay. And I know I'm speaking fast, guys. I'm just trying to brain dump all this stuff in your head. Psychopharmacology that talks about the meds, my mood stabilizers. Okay, I mentioned lithium and Tegretol. Those are again things I would use with for a bipolar 1, bipolar 2 cyclothymia. Anti-anxieties. Okay, my benzodiazepines most often. So I can use a Xanax, an Ativan, any of those things PRN. So if the question says the client is having a panic attack, what is the best medicine? Oh my gosh, Papa Xanax, right? If it says which medication can I use for a long period of time, that's going to be my Zoloft. Okay, so Zoloft is an SSRI. It works for both depression and anxiety because in your body they look exactly the same. So for long-term use, I'm going to do an SSRI, and it's going to be Zoloft. Okay, if it says the best medicine, it is going to be Xanax or Valium, Ativan. Okay.
So do they use brand names or generic names on the exam? Do you happen to know that?
You might see both, but they're not going to give you just the generic and make you figure it out. Okay, they're not. I mean, or just the brand. I'm sorry, they're not going to give you just the brand and make you figure it out. Like risperidone is known as Risperdal. So they won't give you the hard one. They're going to give you either both or the generic, the one that we would know, the common name. And again, those who've taken the test, if I'm saying anything incorrect, please, please, please correct me and make sure your fellow, your peers know that what's clearly on the test. Again, my medicines. This is, I always show this is how SSRIs work. So what we think is the serotonin is what's released, and this is between the synapses of your brain, right? You have like brain cells and neurotransmitters, and there's an opening in between. And so what happens, we think, is the receptors are blocked and keeping the SSRI, the hormone, from going over. Okay, so the goal of SSRIs is to open up those the receptors, right? So the serotonin can get through. Okay, so any of my anxiety or depressive disorders, the problem is my body is not absorbing the serotonin. I'm sorry, it's not absorbing the serotonin in my body. Okay, autism, we believe, is having too much serotonin. Okay, so just too much serotonin. That's what we think causes that. My schizophrenia, okay, we believe that is the serotonin and dopamine, that both of those are just flying through those neurotransmitters so fast, okay, that you can't block the thoughts. Right. Just so you know those terms. Again, my SSRIs, these are my older school of antidepressants. The MAOIs, those are the ones that you can't have cheese. You can't have the aged cheese. Okay, so the MAOIs are old. You might see that we still use those in like in older people and in nursing homes because also there can be some bleeding with that. So you might see that on the test. Again, there's a whole list of all the medications. I mentioned cogentin. That's for my tardive dyskinesia. Again, okay, so there are some terms. CBT, we talked about that. That's Aaron Beck. It's changing your stinking thinking. I'm helping you to learn to think differently. Beck the term is Socratic thinking. He's always going to say, prove it to me. I say, I have no friends. He says, well, prove it to me. Because, no one comes into my house. Well, prove it to me. I mean, he's trying to get you to reconstruct your thought process. Get rid of the stinking thinking. He didn't believe that depression was even, he didn't believe it was a hormonal or a chemical imbalance. He said it was faulty thinking patterns. Okay, those are terms that would go with behavioral therapy. Task-centered is, of course, you got to get a job done. Task-centered does not necessarily mean a therapeutic group. It can be in your office, right? You decide we should have a Christmas party and your boss says, great, Carrie, go ahead and pick a couple of your friends and get on that committee. That's task-centered, right? You got something specific that needs to get done. Psychoeducational, we are teaching. Okay, again, it's a reading test. So you will see in the question that Pam is working with children of parents that have children that have ADHD, and she is explaining or giving them information. Teaching. Okay, behavior therapy is Skinner or Pavlov. Okay, people struggle with this often. So with my positive and negative reinforcements. So if I like the behavior, if I like it, I'm going to reinforce the behavior. So what I'm always looking for first is, do I like it? Do I want it to keep happening? Then I'm going to reinforce it. I'm either going to reinforce it by adding or taking away. Okay, do not think good or bad. Think of elementary school addition and subtraction. So I added something. If I add a reinforcement, right, I'm giving you something good, right? If I'm removing a reinforcement, I'm taking away something you didn't want anyway. I'm removing a negative. You had a great week at work, right? You got your numbers, saw your clients, got your notes in. Positive reinforcement would be, hey, he gives you a high five. He gives you a bonus. He gives you something. He gives you something, right? Negative reinforcer would mean he says, hey, you know what? You had a great week. Take Friday off. He's taken that away from you. That's a negative reinforcer. Taking away. Think add, subtract, not good or bad. Same thing with punishment. Punishment always means I'm stopping the behavior, right? Don't like it. So positive punishment is that I'm giving you a spanking. I'm giving you a dirty look. I'm giving you something. Negative punishment is I'm taking away the PlayStation, the video games, the car, whatever, those electronics I bought. That's what they're for, to take back. Okay? So again, punishment, I don't like it. Stopping it by adding or taking away. Reinforcement, I like it by adding or taking away. Skinner said he would rather not use punishment. Okay? He said that people are like animals, and if we reward them enough, if we reinforce them enough, they'll change their behavior. So anytime it says thinking or feeling, it's not Skinner. Skinner could care less how you feel or how you think. He only wants to change your behavior. The same way that I'm training my dog, right? I'm not asking him how he feels. That's what Skinner said about people. Rewards and consequences. But punishment was the lesser of the choices. I talked about EMDR, right? Dialectic behavior. That goes to Marshall Linehan. Structural and strategic family terms. Know the difference. So they both came from the systems umbrella, right? Systems umbrella is the eco map. That is Braun Fembrimmer. Micro, meso, that's what that looks like, the system. Okay? Family systems theory uses terms like entropy, negative entropy, right? Open and closed boundaries. Systems theory. Systems theory broke out into two different schools. The structural family therapy and the strategic. Structure looks at the structure of the family, the structure of the home, boundaries, enmeshment, things like that. That's structural. Strategic are communication styles. Strategic is we're looking at the family and looking how they communicate with each other. Okay? So reframing is structural, right? I'm reframing how the family sees it. Relabeling is going to be strategic, right? I'm relabeling what they see as the problem. In the structural family, we're looking for hierarchy. If the question says that you've got a 7-year-old and he won't behave at school, and you call his parents and his parents say, well, he won't behave at home either, blah, blah, blah. According to a structural view, that means there's not a hierarchy at home. That mom and dad aren't being the adults and they aren't setting the rules. So the goal is to change that and get them to understand there's got to be a hierarchy in this house. Okay? And then structural family is where enmeshment occurs most often, right? In these families, many times they are closed. No one gets in and comes out. So if growing up through our life, all we see is these people in our family, when we're doing our sexual identity years, and all I see is these people in my family, that's who I'm going to be attracted to. Don't be surprised when we see that in closed families or closed systems. Okay. Lost my thought. Oh, entropy and negative entropy. Know those terms, right? Entropy is the dying process. Negative entropy stops the dying. Homeostasis is not necessarily a good thing. Okay. Homeostasis is our norm. We like homeostasis. We like when things are normal. But families who have dysfunctional families, homeostasis is not good. Okay, you come home from work, you stop at the liquor store, you buy a couple of bottles, you stop up at the bar, hang out with some friends, you go sleep with the neighbor, then you come home and you beat your wife. No, that's their homeostasis, but that is not okay, right? We're trying to change that homeostasis. So don't always think it's okay. So the problem is, though, is people like to remain at homeostasis. I like my routine. I'm used to my routine. So you might see in a question, so, Bobby, the dad has been drinking for 17 years, right? And he stopped drinking. He's been clean for a year now. And the 13-year-old son now has a drug problem. Because the family likes the routine. They like the craziness. They're used to the police being out there. They're used to money missing. So they'll try to go back to homeostasis. Okay? Right? Children that are abused, right? They go back home. They go back home because they're used to that stuff. Okay. These are the dysfunctional role families. This is Virginia Satir. You'll see those on there. The hero, the mascot, the scapegoat. The scapegoat is the same term that you'll see in group, right? Because the scapegoat is the person we're blaming everything on. The scapegoat has to have low self-esteem for me to be doing that. Okay. So the scapegoat is the one, whether it's group or family, that everybody blames their stuff on. Okay. Again, it goes over the terms. Enmeshment, stages of change, belongs to trans theoretical model. We talked about that. That's who it belongs to. Co-occurring disorders, we discussed that. Okay, models of addiction, the medical model, the moral model. Okay. Again, some illicit drugs, things that you'll see on the test, my stimulants, okay, opioids, cannabis. No one is going to rob a bank because of smoking cannabis. Just going to tell you that right now. It is not a physiological addiction. My body is not going to crave it like alcohol or opioids. Those are physiological. My body craves it. You might see withdrawal from opioids. You get sometimes it's goose pimples, goose bumps. That is literally your body like wanting more of the opioids. Okay. Cannabis, marijuana users, they're going to lay there and do nothing. The one who's going to start the bar fight, that's the alcoholic, right? Okay. But, I was going to go to work, but I got high. I was going to do anything, but I got high. Okay, so they're not going to do anything. They're not going to rob a bank. They're not going to do anything. Okay. And remember, though it may be legal in your state, this goes by the federal, right? Everybody, the federal law. So marijuana is not illegal it's not legal on the test. Again, those that we went over. Ego defense mechanisms, you'll know those. Psychoanalytic. Psychoanalytic is long-term. Psychodynamic is short-term. Same thing, unconscious. It is my devil. It is superego. Primary and secondary gain, those belong to fictitious disorder, right? We're not really sure what they're getting from it, but that belongs to fictitious disorder. These terms you'll probably see, those are those active listening skills, right? Reflection always includes feelings. So I'm giving back the feelings the client did not say, okay? So I would imagine you at this point, some of y'all are bored and want to get out of here and when is it going to end? That's reflection, right? You might not have said it, but I can see the look on your faces. So that is reflection. Always giving back with feelings. Questioning, clarification, you can do it any time during the conversation. I don't want to spend a whole conversation with someone that I don't even know what they're talking about, right? And my daughter says she's going to go make the dough, and I'm thinking she's like, working at the bread shop and she out hustling. I don't know. So she's 17 and there's still words that I just don't know. So we clarify, right? We don't want to go the whole thing without knowing what the person's talking about. Confrontation comes up always. It is okay to confront. With drug and alcohol users, always it's okay. But anytime in the sentence you see two incongruent messages, right? My body and my mouth are saying two different things. Call me on that, okay? So that's called incongruence. It doesn't match, so something's going wrong here. My mouth can lie, my body cannot. Okay, so read the body. Shakira says, hips don't lie, right? So if it's incongruent, it's okay to confront. I tell you I'm going on a diet and it's so hard and you see me like eating KFC. Confront me. Bam, you said you're trying to lose weight. Okay to do that. It really is. We've always heard don't confront. That's not true. Self-disclosure should be used minimally, not my session, their session. Silence is okay, except if the question says they were silent for a long time. That means you got to say something, okay? If the person comes in and they're crying, they're full of feelings, right? It's okay to be silent. It's okay to let them get their stuff together, be silent. That's really okay. Because again, if it's full of feelings, I have to address the feelings first. And silence can be a way of addressing the feelings. But if the question says they've been silent for a long time, it'll say those words. I need to read the question, and then I need to address the silence for a long time. That might mean saying, oh, wow, can you share with me what you're feeling right now? Right? Things like that. Okay. Again, reframing I talked about. Again, these are active listening skills. All of those are under those skills. Paradoxical intent or paradoxical directive, that means the opposite. Okay. It's like that what is it? It's reverse psychology. Okay. It belongs to strategic family therapy. So strategic family therapy is the one that always talks about we're trying to change the transactions. You only use a paradoxical indirective or intent when they've done other things, you've suggested other things and they did not do. You've got a client and they're telling you that their daughter won't stop smoking pot, right? She keeps smoking pot. You tell them, hey, lock the house, take away the car keys, take away her phone. You give them all these great tools to use and they don't. They come back again and they're like, she still won't. A paradoxical directive means, okay, so you must be okay with this because you're not doing anything to stop it. So then go out and buy the pot for her and smoke with her. Matter of fact, grow it in your backyard, right? Because if you're not going to fix it, you're not going to use the solutions I gave you, then you must be okay with the problem. That's paradoxical intent. The term paradox means the opposite. Ritalin is the medication that has an opposite effect. Right? So Ritalin a stimulant, but if I'm ADHD, it brings me down. Paradoxical means opposite. You might also see prescribing the symptom. That's the same sort of thing. A client comes in and they tell you that, they can't stop fighting each other. They keep arguing. Again, you've given them some techniques. They haven't used it. So I'm going to say, fine, go home and for 4 hours, yell at each other as loud as you can. Same process behind that, okay? Universalization. Universalization is a good thing in group. It is not a good thing when it comes to ethnicity and culture. The client is a different ethnicity, race than you are. Your first job is to check yourself. Always, always, always check myself. We all have biases. Keep my own stuff in check. Okay. So universalization is kind of like that ethic approach, right? That we all should be this way. So universalization in group is a good thing. It helps me realize that I'm not the only one in the situation. But universalism with the cultural clients is not okay. We can't treat everybody from the same cultural viewpoint, which is most often mine, right? That term is cultural encapsulation, where I only see the culture through my eyes. SMART goals, you know, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, and timely. Treatment planning, measurable. Goals have to be measurable. Remember that? We didn't used to do that back in the day. Okay. This is the ecological system I talked about. That's the macro, macro, micro, meso, exo, macro, and chronosome. That is Eric Braun Fembrimmer. You saw the circles. Remember growing up, you used to see the circles. Okay. That's where that comes from. Piaget, he is my early childhood cognitive guy. He looked at how children learned. SPCF, sensory motor, preoperational, concrete, and formal. My picture in there. Okay, just put my picture in there. Okay, so what I'm looking for in the question is I need to know the ages and stages and also what happens during those ages and stages. Okay, so with my SPCF, sensory motor, preoperational, formal, and concrete, concrete and formal, right? Those are my stages. SPCF, some people can fly. In my sensory motor stage, that is where object permanence develops, right? That I know that the ball is going to be there. The peekaboo game is not so much fun now because I'm gonna look for the ball. Object permanence. The object is permanently there. The sensory motor stage, I learn by crawling, walking, my 5 senses, right? Touching things, that's how I learn. That's how my brain learns. The preoperational stage, those are kids from 2 to 7, right? That is egocentrism. It's all about me, all about me. The terrible twos are because it's about me. A question may look like, mom and dad are going through a divorce, and the 5-year-old is extremely upset. Okay, according to Piaget, why is she upset? Because she thinks it's her fault, right? That's egocentrism. That's what that looks like. Concrete, kids are very, very concrete. They can't do any abstract thinking, right? They can't do metaphors. So if they hear mom say, you know, you lay down with, if you lay down with dogs, you wake up with fleas. They're literally like, Mom, I can't sleep with my dog because I'll get fleas, right? They literally believe that. When you're in the formal stage, you know that means be careful who you lay with, right? Okay, but in the concrete stage, I don't know that. So someone can regress. Someone can have a TBI, they can have a stroke, they can have something, and if they can't figure out, you give them, you know, the metaphor, or you give them the riddle, and they can't figure it out, they've gone back to the concrete stage, okay? The term with the glasses, that's called conservation, right? That's when I don't know that they're the same amount. I remember it's called conservation because you conserve water. That's how I remember that. Okay, and then my formal stage, that's where we stop. SPCF. He is my developmental guy. The key in the question is childhood developmental. That's what makes it Piaget. Oh, let me go back. Yeah, okay. Those are his stages. Oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital. That belongs to Freud, of course. Freud says the problem is when you get fixated in that stage. So if you're in the oral stage, you're grown up now, right? And your mother never satisfies your oral stage. That's the person who's overeating, they're smoking, they're drinking too much. That's fixated in the oral stage. Anal stage, my sphincter muscle is really tight because my mama took me off the potty too soon. So I lived the rest of my life having a tight sphincter muscle, right? So I'm making sure those people are stubborn sometimes, OCD. The phallic is where I get the Electra and the Oedipus. I know the Oedipus starts with the O, but the Oedipus is when the little boy is in love with his mother. Electra, little girl, is in love with her father. Little boy is afraid that daddy's going to find out and cut off his penis. The question will say, little Bobby is in the hospital. He's having his tonsils removed and they have to put a stent in his groin. What is he afraid of? According to Freud, it is not pain. It's cutting his penis off, right? I'm afraid he's going to wake up and it's gone. That's what Freud said. Okay. The first 3 stages of Freud line up with the first 3 stages of Erikson. So Erikson was a little bit psychosocial, right? Okay, so his lines up with that. I think I have it in here. I might not. Okay, so the first 3 of Erikson, right? That's going to be my trust versus mistrust, autonomy versus shame and doubt, and the third one is initiative versus guilt. Those first 3 line up with oral, anal, phallic. Okay, so just so that if you're trying to remember them, those first 3 line up. The latency stage, of course, in Freud means nothing happened. Okay, and then of course the last one, genitalia, is anytime we're having sex. If it's masturbation, it's going to be the phallic stage. Object relations theory is where I get object permanence. Object permanence is Margaret Mailer. Object permanence is the person will always be there. I'm sorry, wow. Object constancy, the person will always be there. Object permanency, the ball will be there. Okay? So constancy is the person. She said between 3 and 5, if you didn't develop with that one person, and she was a Freudian, so it was kind of an inside thing, you could develop reactive attachment disorder, conduct disorder, or borderline personality. Okay, so object constancy is Mailer. Those terms belong to Bowlby. Okay, so safe haven, secure base, proximity maintenance, separation distress. That's Bowlby's stage of attachment theory. You might see Bowlby and Ainsworth together. Ainsworth came in with the insecure attachment, right? So insecure, non-secure, insecure, that's Ainsworth. So if you drop your baby off at daycare and they cry when you leave, but they're comforted by the caregiver and they're happy to see you when you get back, that is a secure attachment. Okay, there's a couple of those. You might want to go back and pick those up. Authoritative, that's the best kind of parenting, right? Authoritarian is the one we've got their thumb on their head and we tell them, don't do this, don't do that. Authoritative is the good kind. That's what we want to be. The worst kind is to be my absent. So not the permissive. The permissive one wants to be their friend, but the uninvolved, that's the worst one. They have no idea what their kids are doing. Okay. Child abuse signs, symptoms, when to call. Remember, when you see that the question, he's 7 or 8, he comes in, he's hungry, he's disheveled, maybe he's missed school a few days. I'm not gonna report that. I'm gonna ask him or ask mom first. So those are our concerns with neglect, okay? So we're not gonna do that. Again, some of the laws you need to know, like the Indian Welfare Act, that will make sure that if Native American children come into custody, the tribe has say so, right? So we'll go back to the tribal leaders and they have say so of what's gonna happen with that child. Reunification, that just means that I say a permanency plan just means I don't want the kid lingering in foster care forever. Either permanent placement with mom and dad or permanent placement with a foster family. I do not want them lingering. So I don't think permanency always says they're going back home. So I want to TPR rights if the parents aren't doing anything. TPR their rights, okay? And then let's put the kid up for availability for a consistent foster home or maybe up for adoption, okay? Follow the rules. Don't use your social worker head, okay? If the question says that, it's been 18 months, the parents have done nothing, right? And the questions are, give the parent one more chance. That is not the right answer. I know that's what we do in the social work world, but no. We follow the rules, okay? Do not break the rules. The question about the woman who brings in, she reports that she brings in drugs in her lipstick case. The question says, the rule is if you bring in drugs, then you will have to start the program over. It says so in the vignette. One of the questions is, well, she didn't smoke it. Let's give her another chance. That social work thought, no. Follow the rules. Follow the rules. Not what you do in your real office, okay? Okay, I think those are just kinds of questions. And again, you'll get the answers to all of these with the questions. Crisis intervention stages, domestic violence, all those things that I went over, cultural competence, transference, what to look for when you're looking with Latinos. Remember Latinx, that means I'm non-binary. I'm not choosing to be male or female, Latinx. Again, terms. HMO, I've heard that's come up on the question a couple of times now, so make sure that you understand what an HMO is. HMO regulates how many sessions a client can get, whether it's mental health or medical. That's how it works. The utilization review, that's the person that works for the insurance company that decides how many sessions this client's going to get. UR jobs pay really, really well. Okay, you work for the insurance companies, right? I used to work for Cigna. I did UR. It's a business. It's a for-profit. It pays really well. Okay, remember that one. Again, community questions. I've gone over all these terms. The function of the board. Those terms, ordinal, nominal, interval, and ratio, that has to do with qualitative and quantitative research. Okay, qualitative is the quality. How did you enjoy your session today at the doctor's office? When they ask you to fill out a survey, right? That's quantitative. What they're looking for is did you receive what you came? I'm sorry, qualitative. Did you get what you came in for? What's the quality? Quantitative is numbers. Numbers. Cause and effect, quantitative. Qualitative, relationship, how these things are related. Did your visit at the dentist solve your problem, right? Okay. Ordinal and nominal. Order is first, second, third, fourth. Nominal is going to be my categories, men, women, children. Those both belong to qualitative research, the quality of it. Interval and ratio belong to quantitative. And an interval is time, like your thermometer beats every minute, right? That's your time. Your ratio is 4 out of 5, 5 out of 6, 6 out of 7. You can have a 0 only at the ratio level. Okay, so, and then rules just to remember. So you can have 0 out of 10. People don't like whatever it is. So the ratio is the only time I can have a true 0. Another question you might see, and again, so when it comes to the nominal data provides the least amount of information. A chi-square, that's CHI, you've seen that on the test or study material. Chi-square is when you have non-parametric, it doesn't line on the bell curve, okay? It's non-parametric and it's measuring nominal criteria, okay? There's a chi-square. With research, I always say just memorize them. You don't have to understand why, just memorize them. Okay, my independent versus dependent variable. We know how to get those? Okay. My independent variable, my dependent variable is where I measure the change. Okay. I'm always going to measure the change in the dependent variable. So my water, it doesn't taste so good. I want to add some changes to it. I go downstairs and I get a lemon. I squeeze a lemon in that. My lemon is my independent variable. My water is my dependent variable. I squeeze the lemon. I taste how it tastes. I'm always going to measure the change in the dependent variable. Okay. I didn't like that lemon. Go down tomorrow. I'm going to try a lime. Bring a lime up. Another independent variable, the lime, right? Water can't taste better by itself. It's dependent on the lime. Squeeze the lime. That's called a t-test. Two independent variables, one dependent variable is a t-test. Okay? Got that? One dependent, two dependent. If I keep going and I have 3 or more different independent variables, that's an ANOVA, analysis of variance. Okay? Just know 3 or more independent variables. That's what I'm looking for. Okay? 2 is going to be a t-test. Okay? And then 1 is just, I don't know. But 2 is the t-test. Looking for the change, always an independent variable. Your kid gets sick, right? You take them to the doctor. The medicine is the independent variable, right? Because your kid can't get better by itself. You'll know if the independent variable worked or manipulated the dependent variable by the change in your kid, right? Okay. So independent and dependent variables are based on that 68, 95, 99. I'm sorry. They're based, yes. So let me try that again. So t-test, ANOVAs, things like that are based on the 68, 95, 99 rule. I see math. I can't do that. Oh my gosh. The 68, 95, 99 rule is just normal distribution. This is called parametric. Okay. So parametric, it's the perimeter, right? Things line up along the perimeter. That's called parametric. So what we know is the majority of people are going to be in the pink. Everybody likes the pink, right? We're coming back to the pink. 68% of the people are going to be in the pink. That's 34 and 34 on both sides. Okay. So this is the mean, median, and mode have all lined up. If they're all the same number, then it's right here in the pink. Okay. The standard deviations, the first standard deviation is 68. The second one is 95. The third one is 99. Math doesn't change. 68, 95, and 99. If I score a 97, right, then I'm still in the first standard deviation because it's, I'm sorry, I'm the second standard deviation because it's between 95 and 99, right? 99 or over is the third standard deviation. So ANOVA, t-test are parametric. That means their answers will line up on the curve. That's all that means. It'll be a normal distribution. When they won't line up, that's called a non-parametric. And non-parametric ones are the ones that I use those funny name tests, like the chi-square, the Crookes-Wallace, those weird ones. I think I've gone over everything. The last thing on here is the code of ethics. And again, I don't go over it in detail. There's a lot of tips, things like that, things to how to prepare the exam, the roles you play. Okay, so again, you'll get this question with the answers. There was a question in there about telehealth. Okay, there's nothing on the test about COVID, nothing. Okay, so when it talks about telehealth, that's been telehealth that was already in the code of ethics always. Okay, so if I'm using telehealth, I have to make sure the person has the ability, right? Make sure they have the technology to use it. I have to make sure it's secure. Okay, the same thing before, right? So I can't just fax across the machine and hope someone picks it up. I have to make sure it goes directly to that person. Okay, so but there's nothing on the test about COVID. So if you're looking at telehealth, go back and read the code of ethics. It gives you specific details of what the rules are. Okay. I do think in this one, there's some community organization questions as we get there, the roles of the supervisor. I keep going on and on and on, and there's some community questions in here as well. Okay. The one thing that's not in here that I'll make sure that you get as well. Maybe it's not there. Hold on, I have one that I usually use. Okay, that's the one I usually use. Let's just be brave here. I'll give you one that talks about the terms. So remember that they're looking at both gender as well as orientation. Gender is how I see myself, right? That's my body, not who I sleep with. So gender dysphoria, which is a DSM term, means I'm unhappy with the gender I was assigned at birth. Okay, I have a vagina, right? And they labeled me as a girl, but I don't think that's right. Okay, so that is when I'm not happy with my gender, whatever they named me. Okay, that's gender dysphoria, not sex, gender. Okay, so cisgender, it means that what I have between my legs matches how I see myself. They line up, right? So I have a vagina and breast, and I label myself as a female. So that's cisgender. You'll probably see that on the test. Latinx, if I didn't mention that before, Latino was always male, Latina is female.
Can you
Now
go
it's a term called Latinx. Sorry? Okay.
Sorry, you said cis. I missed that word.
It's CISGENDER, cisgender. And you'll get it in the handout. I just didn't want to pull it up again. But that's called cisgender. Okay, I'm happy with what I was labeled with. Okay. Intersex, that is the old term that we used to say hermaphrodite. People have both male and female parts. Now it's called intersex. Hermaphrodite is a bad word. Okay, intersex are people that were born with both male and female hormones. Okay. When it comes to orientation, that's who I like to sleep with. Let's go back to gender. Gender, I can be male, female, she, he, or they. So if I'm they, that means that I am not going to be male or female. I'm somewhere across the spectrum. Okay. But that's where they comes from, that I'm not choosing. It's called non-binary, right? I'm not choosing to say I'm male or female. Okay. And then with sexual orientation, that is then who I sleep with. So if I'm a lesbian, I sleep with women. If I'm bisexual, I sleep with both men and women. The term pansexual means that I sleep with people that I like or love or have feelings with, but it doesn't matter if they're boy, girl, or they, he, she, or they. I'm just falling in love with the person for the person. Actually, it means I'm sleeping with the person for the person. Pansexual is sex. There's also terms that mean romance, but pansexual is who I sleep with. Okay. Transgender means that I am somewhere in the process of changing what I was assigned. Okay. So I was assigned, I have a penis, they call me a girl, and I'm binding my breasts. I'm starting the hormone treatment. I've had the treatment. All of those are on the spectrum of transgender. Okay. The term misgender, M-I-S, misgender means I purposely am calling you a girl when you've told me that you're a boy. Okay, that is misgender. Okay, okay, and I do have one that I will send you with that. So I'm gonna stop sharing and kind of wrap you guys up. I do apologize for going over. I just wanted to make sure that I got all of this stuff in. Oops, let me stop sharing. Okay, questions. I'm going back through there. Anything I didn't cover? Okay, ask me questions. Something that I didn't cover that you need to know about.
Can you give us an example of a school social worker type of scenario?
You're going to follow the exact same rules that you would do if you weren't a school social worker. Assess, assess, assess. Okay, I can pull up one, but it doesn't matter what kind of social work you do. It does not matter. I think I did one. Let's see here.
And then I've also seen in the responses and the options given the term local authorities and law enforcement. Is there a difference between?
So when that's the answer, that means it's one of those terms that doesn't fit. When that's the right answer, that is because the laws in states are different. So for example, school social workers, the law is FERPA, right? The Federal Family Education Rights Protection Act, that's FERPA. FERPA says that anyone under the age of 18, their parents have the right to come in and get their records, okay? School systems have different theories on that. Some school systems say the social work records are part of that. Some school systems say they're not, okay? And I'm not picking one state or one system. So the answer to that is follow your state and local guidelines, okay? Because it's different for different states. One of the things, if you use TDC, they're out of California, and many of those laws are based on California laws, not based on United States laws. Okay, so just be careful of that. That's California. I'll look for a social work question, but remember, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what type of social worker you are. Whether you're a hospital social worker, you're still going to follow the same process. Don't get that caught up in what a social worker would do. Read the question. It is a reading test.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll try to find one. What else, guys?
I want to ask a question. I'm a week out before I take my test, and so I'm just want to ask, like, what should I be? Should I just be doing a lot of study question and maybe reviewing what we went over today in the boot camp?
So, did anything freak you out today?
Not really. Maybe just the community program evaluation.
I don't know why
some
people
of
say
that.
that. That is not so hard. I just don't get it. I don't, especially a Black woman, girl. I don't get it. We are here because of community organization. We are here because John Lewis took people and crossed the bridge.
I know.
Sorry, I'll get off my stance. That's just I'm sorry. It's like, I don't understand that. That's why we're here. I'm sorry. So yes, that's a pet peeve of mine. I don't understand why you don't see to get the importance of it, I guess, and not you in general. I think we study all these clinical terms and we just kind of ignore the community like it's not important. And it's important. In Congress, there's so many social workers. Do you know that? The laws are based on what we believe and what we think. The NASW is the strongest lobby. We're stronger than NRA when it comes to changing laws in this country. So, sorry. I'm off my soapbox. So, yes, okay. Other than questions, other than community. What else?
I've taken it twice, so a lot of content, I think I know it sounds familiar to me, but when it's getting down to the wire, so like I've been reviewing content and doing study questions, but with a week to go, I'm just kind of like just thinking like, what really should I just kind of be narrowing it down to?
So if this thing freaked you out, I'd look at changing my test date first of all. If I'm 10 days out or 9 days, or usually I say the last week, you should only be doing tests.
Okay.
So that way you're going to pick up with what you don't know. Okay.
Okay.
But in general, taking tests is not studying.
Yeah.
That's not studying. Studying is what I suggest is 3 hours a day, 1 hour at a time. So in the morning, let's say we're learning Erickson. We're going to learn the first 3 stages of Erickson, right? In the morning. In the afternoon, I'm going to go over 1 hour, same 3 stages, right? And at the end, the same 3 stages. By the next day, I should teach a 6-year-old those first 3 stages of Erickson. That's when I know it. And don't tell me that you'll know it on the test, because that's not true. You won't. If you don't know it, you don't know it. Okay, so content, and how to answer the questions. Those are both equally as important.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I have a question.
Yes.
What are the signs?
I won't yell at you. Sorry.
Oh. Go ahead. Sorry, are you done?
Yes.
Yeah. When I will know I'm ready to take the test.
When today doesn't freak you out.
Oh.
Okay. If there are things today that the majority of day things you have never heard of, you are not ready. Okay. Majority of them, when it comes to content, you're pretty good with them. Then you're good. Then you're really good to go. Then I say take practice tests. Okay. But for the people that I tutor, I always recommend 90 days of studying, and my students tutor with me twice a week. So once individual and once group for 90 days. At that rate, I have like a 96, it's like 96.7 passing rate. Because you have to know content. You cannot fake your way through this test. Okay, you can't. You've just got to know it and then know how to answer it. I was looking for a school social work question. Go ahead.
I remember the reason why I chose the question, well, the answer. So going back to the questions that you had in the beginning, and there was a question about the court order. So I was thinking about that individual was substance use. So when there's substance use and it's court ordered, you should
doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
Rules are the rules.
Wouldn't you confront though? Wouldn't you confront them?
It depends on what the question asks me. If the question says they're court ordered and they don't do what they're supposed to do, I'm going to go back to the judge. Okay, I'm going to read the question and follow the rules. If it's an initial session, and I said before that the client is able to share with me, he's maybe intoxicated, but he can still talk to me, I'm going to confront him on it. Okay.
Okay.
But I cannot treat if he's drunk, right? I can't treat. That one of the answers might be like tell him to go home or tell him to leave. And what I get all the time is, but how's he going to get there? The question didn't ask you that. You don't care. Okay? Follow the test. Read the test questions. Remember that the age assent, A-S-S-E-N-T, that is a permission, verbal permission from someone who is not old enough or doesn't have the mental capacity to give permission. Consent is legal. So the parents can give consent, but I want to ask the kid if it's okay with them. That's assent. The age, if you're 12 and under, that is the minor. So 12 and under, no matter what state you live in, cannot make their own decisions. Okay, 12 and under, those are considered minors. Of course, I can't find the question now that I'm looking for.
I have a question, just a general one. For those who took the test more than once and didn't pass, what have you noticed now that is going to help you pass? Like, aside from content, is it, what do you think the difference is?
I think personally for me, taking it twice, the first 2 times I had to, well, first of all, I did the acronym, so I threw those away. And then one of the things that messed me up is I said, what would I actually do in real life? And I had to really throw that away because that was very difficult for me. Like I would do something very differently in my office versus on the test. So I always have to remind myself, what does the test want and not what I would do in real life? So I had to really change my thinking with that. I think that's going to really help me the third time I take it.
And for me, I think as you continue to get exposed to more and more content, it builds your confidence. I know when I took the test, I just wanted it to be over. I know that that's now not the process, to take my time, read the questions twice, and look for the information in the STEM that matches the answer.
That was major for me too, that picking an answer prematurely without reading and making sure that my answer took in everybody in the STEM that was actually my client.
It's a reading test.
Thank you.
It's a reading test. You really have to know what this particular question is asking me. And the biggest thing is the test people, right? The ASWB, they know that you've seen a similar test. They know that. So you might get a similar test and you're going to, oh, I saw that already, and check the answer. You didn't read the question. I don't see one on the school social work right now.
Before I started working with Dr. Pam, I had not heard this is a reading test. I went back and told some of my friends and they was like, yes, it is. But, you know, until you really hear it, you don't, you know, so.
That would, and you have to know content, it would. But when I say it's a reading test, in this particular situation, right now, what would I do? Okay, so those overalls, like don't do that, don't do this, be careful, just really be careful. I don't see one. What I just want to reinforce is it doesn't matter. You're going to follow the same processes. You were taught in school to be a generalist, right? The social work planning model, right? Assess, all those things we were taught. It doesn't matter what field it is. What matters is, do you know the process? Okay. You know, if you're a hospital social worker, you might know the answer, but we don't diagnose, right? We stay in our lane. We stay in our lane. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a pharmacist, right? Any of those questions, I don't answer. The client comes in and the thing says hand out literature. Do you have diabetes literature in your office? Are you a doctor? If it's depression, you can hand out literature, right? You can do that because that's in your field of expertise. But don't, just because you know, don't, that's not the right answer. Okay, I gotta wrap you up, okay? And you'll get a set of questions. You'll get in the PowerPoint, there's a set of questions, and I will send you this set of questions as well. Remember, you have to email Prudence, and hopefully you'll get out today. No guarantees, it might be tomorrow, but she'll get it out. And be sure you put which boot camp you attended. Okay, I have a couple of them, so you'll get the right one. Okay, I hope you found this helpful. I hope you go over it and over it and over it and over it. Repetition is the key. If you're a visual processor, that's great. I need sticky notes all over your house. Okay, everybody you know should know you're taking the test. You should smell like the test. Okay, when you're watching TV and you see this, oh my God, they're passive aggressive. Oh my gosh, that he's schizophrenic, right? You do this every day. Change your notes and use the terms that we use. You'll sound so smart. Okay, so really, everybody around you should know you're taking the test. Teach your dog, teach your kids, teach your spouse. It doesn't matter. They need to know that you're studying. Okay, email address is up at the top. It is drpam2020@gmail.com.
Thank you, Dr. Pam. We appreciate you making the time, staying after the time.
Thank you guys for spending your Sunday or Saturday morning with me. And really, I promise you, it's not as hard as it seems. It's a difficult test because of the amount of content, right? Because everything we're supposed to know for 6 years of school. That's a lot of content. But once you know content and learn how to answer the questions, you'll get it, I promise. And learning that is a new skill, especially learning how to answer the test. So practice that skill over and over and over again. Go back, even if you know what's the answer. Tell me how you know. Okay?
Thanks, Dr. Pam.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
All right, see